I just spent too many minutes watching little videos of shitty wannabe rappers dissing me. I just spent the winter living after someone tried to send a kill shot missing me. Young blonde Don and the double X mob got a gang out in Sicily. Why you think they call me the gunner? I'm popping off on anybody if they trigger me. Black and yellow jacket on like I'm Kill Bill. Grew up strapping and I still will. We can take it back to 2012. I was trapping on the tour bus with Meek Mill. Take it back to Cleveland when they gave Chase 17 years, no plea deal. 2014 when the people try to rob me in the lobby, I bet they can feel the feet still. Point on my enemy soon as they mention me, calling assembly. Pick up a pen and put you out your misery. Written in history, it was gonna happen eventually. I just can't wait till the day that I run into you physically. For everything that I went through mentally, when it felt like everybody in the world was against me, when all the critics in every article tried to offend me. My daughter slapped a kid but talk about me in elementary. We ain't playing, it's deeper than the fame. People getting jacked for disrespecting the Philly name. 2 chopsticks, no low main. Hollow tips got no name. Bust them shits with no aim. Like it's Bird Box, but the blindfold is a black flag. This time to cover my face, the dash cam just saw me killing everybody.
I got off on flow 13, no in between. I roll my weed with frontal leaf. I chop my coke on hotel keys. I chop this face like Constantine. Constantly get deja vu. I see me when I look at you. I never die, I multiply, so don't cry at my funeral.
I just spent too many minutes watching little videos of shitty wannabe rappers dissing me. I just spent the winter living after someone tried to send a kill shot missing me. Young blonde Don and the double X mob got a gang out in Sicily. Why you think they call me the gunner? I'm popping off on anybody if they trigger me. What would this generation of hip-hop be without me here to piss y'all off? I see the blogs, I read the comments, I'm confused, I need to pause. Look at y'all waiting on me to fall off while I'm looking to chop. I'm a sweet in the Waldorf. I sold 40 million records, I ain't even 30. Give me 20 seconds, I'll list 10 movies that I've been in. One legend that tried to fuck with me and then got the venom. One publication that said that I will never be in it. One agent that told me without her my career's finished, and I couldn't give a single fuck inside my cerebellum. Y'all award show suck, go tell them. We ain't sucking no dick in the 21-6. Brought O's to the land like back, I'm on the 13th floor with a weapon.
I heard that they call me, yeah, let them in. I got something for them, yeah, please forgive my sins. Blood on my Ralph Lauren, yeah, I can't watch this shit. Wake up, say good morning, yeah, like I forgot. I got off on flow 13, no in between. I roll my weed with frontal leaf. I chop my coke on hotel keys. I chop this face like Constantine. Constantly get deja vu. I see me when I look at you. I never die, I multiply, so don't cry at my funeral.
It would be a board in the window. with a little crack in it, you know, and you wouldn't know. Only thing you would hear was the gunshot.
When I tried to leave everybody alone and just do my own thing, everybody just wanted to hurt me. Until one day I just decided, well, I've had enough of this picking. And I went upstairs and I took a bar, which the clothes used to hang on in the closet. And I went back downstairs and there were like 6 young men. Still figuring they were gonna mess with my head, and we went to war. To their surprise, I was no longer taking the beating, I was giving it. And that's when I learned that it was better to give than to receive.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. We back. How you guys doing? I take way too long to get my shit. Put the bong in your butt. He says the dumbest shit.
So Sneeko had a pretty embarrassing moment over on his live stream where his entire red pill alpha male act slash grift was shattered within about 10 seconds. It was pretty marvelous. Now, in case you haven't kept up with Sneeko, he's recently made the content shift from yelling in his bedroom about whatever he's reacting to.
Hey Anthony, congratulations on buying Smosh.
To doing IRL streaming, most likely following in the footsteps of people like FuzzyTube and Ice Poseidon. And I'll be honest, some of these streams actually seem to be doing something good for the world. I mean, he did one stream with that kid Neon where they bought like 100 McDonald's hamburgers and gave them to hungry people. But most of the streams are kind of what you'd expect, him being a jackass with Aiden Ross, and just kind of getting into that general tomfoolery now. This actually ended up backfiring for Sneeko recently on a stream. He was training in Bradley Martin's gym, and he was streaming the entire thing, and he thought it would be a good idea to light up a cigarette inside this gym. Now, this isn't like a private gym. This is a gym that anyone can go to if they pay for the membership, and Bradley Martin is nice enough to let Sneeko stream his training inside the gym, and he lets him do that when the gym is completely empty. So he basically has this gym all to himself to make content in. But lighting up a cigarette in the gym is not only disrespectful, but it's also just not smart. Like, you're gonna stink up the gym and everyone's gonna notice. It's not one of those disrespectful things that no one's really gonna notice, like spitting on the ground inside the gym. Like, that's disrespectful, but you probably will get away with it. Whereas if you're smoking a cigarette, like, dude, he's gonna notice. And notice he did. Sneeko lights up a cigarette and approaches Bradley Martin with the cigarette in his mouth, and instantly his entire alpha male tough guy act slash persona that he's been putting on, it goes away almost instantly when Bradley Martin does the equivalent of Lil Broing him for about like 4 minutes. 4 minutes of telling Sneeko that he can't pull that stupid shit in his gym.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, people are calling because of this shit's funny.
This is so cringe.
Is she a fan of booty? I'll smash your fucking camera right now. No, I'm not playing. I'll smash. It's out. It's out. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Go put the shit out. It's out, bro. It's out. Why is it still burning? Burn your fucking hand then. My hair. Put it out in your fucking hand then. It doesn't even hurt. How do you do that? Bro, I'm not playing with you. I'm not. It's out. How do you do that?
What a fucking pussy.
I'm not playing. It's out.
How'd you light a cigarette?
The security cleaners. It's out.
Dude, can I have a cigarette?
I'm not playing. It's out. I'll smash your fucking camera. You don't. It's out. I'm putting it out.
Look how quick Sneeko's demeanor shifts. He's dancing around with a cigarette in his mouth, thinking he's hot shit. Within 30 seconds, he's already saying uncle. He's like, I'm a bitch, I'm a bitch. I put the cigarette out, I put it out, bro. How did you think it was gonna go? Like, you're just gonna smoke the cigarette, he's gonna be like, hey man, please put it out. No, dude, he has a business to run. His customers will complain if they go to the gym and it smells like tobacco. I could be wrong, but from Bradley's tone, it sounds like he had to tell you to put out a cigarette like multiple times before. Sounds like this isn't his first rodeo dealing with some Sneeko shenanigans.
I'm not playing. I'm not playing. No, I'm really not playing with you.
I'm not playing either.
Actually. Like, actually.
Yo.
What do you want to do? Decide what you want to do.
Okay, it's out.
Decide what you want to do.
Brad, it's out. It's out.
Make up your mind. Yeah, well, you're not smoking cigarettes here. I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing at all.
Take him
I'll shut
out.
this whole shit down.
Take him the fuck out.
Why are you so mad about a little cigarette?
I don't like cigarettes in my fucking gym, period.
Bro, it was half a cigarette.
I know, but I'm not good. I'm not good with that.
It's
The
out.
joke's done. The joke's done.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Okay.
I'll take that shit out, too. You do that shit
End the
again?
stream because of a cigarette?
I'm gonna end this. I'll smash this goddamn camera right in front of your face. You don't do that. You do that shit again. I
For
swear
a
to
cigarette.
God. I swear to God, bro. That's disrespectful as fuck. That's the truth. I said you could smoke weed in here. You're not smoking cigarettes in here.
Now that's already crazy that he's allowing Sneeko to smoke weed in the gym. Like, actually, in my personal opinion, it makes less sense to smoke weed in the gym than smoke cigarettes. I feel like working out high would be, like, horrible. Also, again, it's my opinion, but I feel like weed smells way worse than cigarettes. Like, I don't know,
that's
they
wrong.
both stink. But
Cigarettes
hey, it's
smell
also
way
not
worse.
my gym. It doesn't have to make sense to me. It's his gym.
You're an
He
idiot
makes
for
the
that
rules.
one.
But either
Okay.
way, it goes to show that Bradley Martin's
Okay.
not being unreasonable. He's willing to compromise. He's willing to be fair and be, you know, friendly and extend an olive branch to Sneeko. He's literally saying, hey man, if you want to smoke weed in my gym, you can do that, but cigarettes is where I draw the line. Don't smoke a freaking cigarette in my gym.
One half a boat.
I'm not kidding.
I'm
I'll
not kidding.
smash your fucking camera right in front of you. I'm not kidding.
You said that.
You're
Oh, bro,
I'd
I
beat
will
the shit
clean
out of him.
all of the toilets at the gym for free. Just please don't be mad, Bradley. Please, I'm so sorry.
Sneeko's a bitch, dude. A full-on bitch.
All right, we should be live again. All of our problems should be fixed, but still, I'm in disbelief. I still haven't even seen the full footage of this, but I decided to go live earlier. Then we had some technical difficulties, but we're back live again now. And the reason I'm going live is because I wouldn't be able to get a video out on this for at least 24 hours, I think. But I wanted to review what was going on because I was awoken in the middle of the night by a bunch of people giving me notifications saying, hey, yo, by the way, BitBoy Crypto was arrested. So my initial reaction was, what? How? And then I found out the details, which are here, where apparently he showed up to his ex-employee Carlo's house. He accuses of stealing his Lamborghini. He decides to bring a weapon and the woman that he cheated on with his wife, and then also decided to live stream it on YouTube with the title, Live Streaming from Carlos's House, Where My Lamborghini Is. But what nobody's talking about, the craziest part, is he scheduled the live stream ahead of time, meaning that Carlos saw this coming miles away, and surprise, surprise, he called the police, who immediately arrested Ben. So I found another link where Carlos apparently posted this video, because apparently BitBoy on the live stream said that Carlos didn't want to answer the door or something like that. So Carlos uploaded his, I guess, footage of what was going on. Or I guess it's footage from the Ring camera. Let's see.
I go knock on the door, and you know what he does? He turns and he runs, because he's a pussy.
Dude. Why are you at his house right now? You should just let the lawsuit go on. I love the funny moments, music, and editing on it. I guess this is... Damn. I don't know who this man is, but I feel really bad for him that Ben is showing up at his house rather than just handling it in court. I thought that's what he raised money to do. Because, I mean, from what I can tell, they raised, like, what, $200,000 for Ben or BitBoy to defend himself. So this is just one big ongoing thing. So apparently this is his live stream that was sent to me by this guy, or I was tagged in it, which is just, I can't believe it. It's like, how did we get here?
Waka Flocka comes. Okay, now what does that mean? My wife knows. We were just at my daughter's for 2 weeks. They thought I didn't have them. Hey, TJ. Hey, Carlos.
I mean, like, I think narcotics in his vehicle. We will be following the story as it develops. So here we have him. He's in jail. Apparently people can visit him. He's 40 years old and bond amount is 0. So I guess there's no bond. Benjamin Charles Armstrong is currently in jail. Booked on September 25th, 2023 with no bond amount specified. Visitors are allowed. Oh boy. How did we get here?
Crazy, dude. BitBoy's a fucking loser. Gringo Bobby's better than this? No way. I don't believe you.
It comes to no surprise that making a name for yourself in the gaming world is incredibly difficult. Not only is it challenging to break into the gaming industry without help from someone that is already inside of it, it is even more challenging to maintain your relevancy in the gaming world after you somehow make your way into the industry. For some, they consistently grind for years until they become recognized for their hard work and consistency, and due to already being accustomed to working hard for results, they are able to maintain their relevancy through sheer hard work, while for others, they get lucky enough to become recognized quickly for doing something the gaming world was interested in for a short period of time, but once they break into the industry and make a name for themselves, they fall off just as quickly as they blew up. So what is it that separates those who maintain the relevancy in the gaming world from those who make it to the top but end up falling off? Well, in most cases, it simply comes down to hard work. You see, the foundation upon which you build your identity in the gaming world is the thing you're going to have to be known for as long as you're relevant. So if you blow up for just being a highly skilled player, you need to maintain your high skill forever. Same goes for being an entertainer. But what happens when an entertainer or professional player decides to build the foundation of their brand upon a cold hard lie, but still ends up finding success in the gaming world? In this video, we will look at 2 individuals who had success on Apex Legends in the palm of their hands, but when they made it to the top and experienced success for the first time in their lives, their career and status within the Apex Legends world crumbled instantly. Before we get into the video, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Guardio. It comes as no surprise that one of the most consistent topics that is talked about in the Apex Legends community is accounts getting hacked. Every other week, you hear about how someone's account got hacked into, and when they go to support to regain access to their accounts, it takes long for them to receive the support that they so urgently need. That can happen to any one of us right now if we don't take the correct steps to protect ourselves from the vulnerabilities we are currently facing daily, and that is where Guardio comes in. Guardio is a browser extension that acts as your personal security while browsing the web, protecting you as you browse the internet by blocking all malicious downloads, scam sites, and phishing attacks. And if you have the pin code, Apex Legends community was not by putting yourself out there as a streamer or even posting content to YouTube. It was simply by becoming a part of the top 5 Apex Predators on the platform you played on. Back in the day, being a part of the top 5 Apex Predators on your platform give you more recognition than some of the largest streamers.
It does. It gives you more recognition, but at the end of the day, the next season, no one gives a fuck. If you get top 5 Predator at Apex and then you're not top 5 next season, no one gives a shit about you anymore. It's fucking dumb, dude. Fuck that shit. No.
the game, when your name would pop up on the champion screen and everyone would see the amount of RP you had back in Season 2 or your leaderboard placements in Season 3 and 4, everyone would freak out because the Apex Predator rank meant something. So as expected, whether you were already an established streamer or just a person who loved to play the game, everyone was grinding unimaginable hours to hit the highest ranks on the leaderboard. And this is where the birth of who Zenoa would take place. Zenoa was not your regular rank grinder back in the day. He played well over 10 plus hours every single day like it was nothing, so it didn't come to a surprise when the name Zenoa would consistently show up on the highest parts of the leaderboard almost instantly. He quickly grew recognition in the competitive Xbox world for being one of the most dedicated rank grinders.
And a cheater.
At a certain point in the story of Zenoa, his passion for Apex Legends took a turn from being innocent and inspirational to becoming freakishly weird and unhealthy. You see, at this point of the story, Zenoa had become obsessed with Apex Legends Ranked alongside his friends, who were just as obsessed with Ranked as well. All they cared about was being top 10 on the Xbox Ranked leaderboard, so when competition for top 10...
All I care about is top 10 on Xbox Apex. My entire life goal is to be top 10 on Xbox Apex. My life's goal is to be top 10 on console Apex Ranked. Nerds.
Apex Predator was getting too competitive. Zenoa and his friends decided that they would utilize another strategy to maintain the spots on the leaderboard, teaming. Instead of playing legit in Ranked, Zenoa realized that he had to start teaming in Ranked in order to maintain #1 Apex Predator, because there was now another group of rank grinders who were teaming in Ranked and were catching up to him at a significant pace. To Zenoa, teaming didn't mean that he was an actual cheater. He felt that he rightfully deserved to keep #1 Apex Predator since the other top 5s were cheating, so if he had to cheat in order to maintain #1 Apex Predator from actual cheaters, he felt as if that was the honest decision to make. But to his dismay, nobody else in the Apex Legends world felt that way, because when clips of him teaming in Ranked started to surface onto Reddit and Twitter, all everyone said was just another cheater that cheated his way up to #1 Apex Predator. Overnight, Zenoa's reputation had went from being a dedicated rank grinder to being a dedicated rank cheater, and at one point, Zenoa attempted to share his point of view on why he cheated to the public. But unfortunately for him, his basis for cheating was not solid at all, because it was set in stone that he was actively cheating in Ranked no matter what his excuse was. So when the Apex Legends devs had got word of what was happening in Xbox Ranked after this incident went viral, everyone that was involved in the Xbox Ranked war was banned no matter what excuse they had come up with. But if you thought this was the end of Zenoa, obviously you thought wrong, because when Zenoa was switched to PC Apex Legends and would compete under the name F8 rather than Zenoa, people had no idea who he even was. So for a while, Zenoa was able to compete in high-level Pro League matches on PC while secretly being the most hated person on Xbox, but it wasn't long for the secret of who F8 was to get announced to the PC community. And when people learned about Zenoa's past as a cheater, and also learned that he was a racist, for the second time, Zenoa would get blacklisted from the Apex Legends community. But this time, his best friend Skittlecakes would cut him off, and it was now safe to say that this time, Zenoa was definitely gone for good. But once again, Zenoa just couldn't get enough of competitive Apex Legends, because when he would come back for a third time, when he would get recruited to start a fight esports, he attempted to make his return to competitive Apex Legends. But fortunately for the community, instantly people recognized that F8 was Zenoa, and once again he was blacklisted from the community, making it 4 times that he got blacklisted. And after this last and final blacklist, Zenoa would finally give up for good and realize that there was just not a spot for him in the Apex Legends community. After this final blacklist, Zenoa would disappear from the Apex Legends community after getting dropped from Start a Fight esports.
Just play.
Until this day,
just
he was
play.
Never heard from
He's
ever
probably
again.
just playing.
But even though Zenoa was gone for good, his can't say the same about the next person on this list named Facilitator, because just like Zenoa, Facilitator intended on returning
He's probably
to
just
Apex
playing.
Legends despite his extremely negative reputation. But unlike Zenoa, Facilitator's return to competitive Apex Legends was not innocent at all. The story of who Facilitator is begins in the same exact community as Zenoa on Xbox. When most of the cheaters on Xbox got banned, a large portion of them made the switch to PC for a new beginning. Some of them tried to make their way into the LGS, while others completely faded into irrelevance once they started competing against PC players and realized they were trash. But in the case of Facilitator, he decided that he would stick to rank grinding alongside his friend Invulnerable, since that is what they were doing back on Xbox. Together, Facilitator and Invulnerable would dominate ranked almost instantly. Game after game, they would perform extremely well, and it got to the point where Facilitator and Invulnerable would reach the highest ranks in the world in a short period of time. But here's when the controversy that shaped the future of Facilitator's negative reputation would occur, as Facilitator's name started becoming recognized due to the amount of publicity a top rank grinder receives. News about his past on Xbox was starting to become discussed amongst the PC players that had no idea who he was. The Apex community was flooded with posts talking about how Facilitator was a cheater, and that's when Facilitator and Invulnerable's rank grind started to be analyzed for possible signs of cheating. Luckily for the Apex community, both Facilitator and Invulnerable streamed all of their ranked matches, so all they had to do was watch both of their VODs in order to locate suspicious clips. And that's when the community came to the conclusion that Invulnerable had been using wall hacks while grinding ranked, since when they analyzed clips from his streams, they had discovered a couple clips that showed Invulnerable tracking people through walls and then giving his teammates information about the enemies which they shouldn't have known about.
Hacker's out in that open. They're literally right here.
Oh.
Walking around.
Broken. Just left, he's running back towards.
His teammates on the other side.
There are two on bridge. Running back. Gray armor, I think Bloodhound.
Fried Hound.
And since Facilitator and Invulnerable had played most of their ranked matches together, IDOS decided to ban Facilitator alongside Invulnerable, since Facilitator knowingly decided to team with a hacker. And at this point, everyone thought Facilitator was banned for good. But that's not where the story ends, because just like Zenoa, 2 years after Facilitator got banned, he decided to come back to Apex Legends because his ban had ended. At this point of the Facilitator story, it had been so long since people heard of the name Facilitator, so when he made a return to grinding ranked, few people cared about his past. The fact that Facilitator was unbanned after a 2-year ban made people believe that there was a slight chance that he could change for the better, sort of like Skittle Cakes. There was a small possibility that Facilitator—
This Skittle Cakes was a cheater too. That's crazy. Skittle Cakes was a cheater and now he's signed and plays in the ALGS, but these guys aren't allowed to.
#1 Apex Predator very quickly. This triggered specific people to analyze his matches once again to see if anything fishy was going on. And this is when his Watson took it upon himself to deep dive into what he had been doing to reach #1 Apex Predator, and after doing research, he came to the conclusion that Facilitator had been using wall hacks due to how suspicious these clips looked.
Bro, holy shit, bro. I'm just fighting everybody right now. On the knockdown,
Oh, man. I'm going for that, probably.
That last one was sus as fuck.
Oh shit, he's on his bed. Cracked him.
That one looks normal.
Once these clips started to be discussed within the Apex Legends world, it took a little convincing and outrage to get Facilitator banned once again. What made this incident weird was the fact that Facilitator did not even attempt to try and tell the public about his point of view. All he did was claim that there was people who had more suspicious gameplay than him that still compete in ranked and pro league, so therefore he should have been given the benefit of the doubt as well. Usually when someone would be put on blast for cheating at the skill Facilitator was was being put on blast. They would do everything in their power to prove their accusers wrong, for the better or worse. Some would play with a face cam to show that they are not using walls, while others would hop on stream to speak with their accusers publicly. Facilitator had done none of that. In fact, after getting banned, he would announce that he's quitting Apex Legends for good, hopefully putting an end to him once and for all. And at this point, it is safe to not only give the title of the most notorious cheater in Apex Legends history to Facilitator due to how convincing and far.
Toofy's the most notorious hacker, dude. Cheater. Don't. It's Toofy. Toofy is fucking crazy.
Hi there, Zip here. Today's clip is...
Hi there, Zip here.
See you.
I hate this gun. Can't believe it's back. My God.
And now let's jump into the after.
Bro, that looks more accurate. It's literally a straight line.
To the after.
Before is literally slanted. It's literally curving like a fucking dick. And then the next one.
And now let's jump into the after.
It's straight the fuck up. Huh? Huh? What? The after literally looks better. What are we fucking on about?
Oh. He's right, man. He's right. Titanfall 3 isn't actually happening. Y'all are just stupid and gullible. Gotta go and see what's going on in the world of fucking internet. I found so many different people on here. It's crazy. How many people? I gotta go through and unfollow some shit, unsubscribe. Because a bunch of this stuff people I don't even talk to. Like, they don't talk to me. I don't watch their stuff at all. Who the fuck is this? Like, what is this? Oh, this is the woman. This is who made the death metal. She makes good shit.
Did you guys know that I make videos about slam metal bands that did a release the month prior? Yeah? Okay, good. Because you're here now. This edition of Slams of the Month is so fucking huge that I literally have to do it like a regular Slams of the Month. Splitting it into July and August. Like I should have fucking done regular. On fucking schedule. Trust me, I was keeping up with all these fucking releases. But Jesus Christ, after fucking looking at it, from 2 months of building up, I was just expecting about like 20 bands the most. And then it just ends up looking like a whole fucking EDC set list. Alright, I'll shut the fuck up. You wanna know why? Because we're gonna make this shit short and sweet like every fucking time. Or how I tried. Speaking of that, let's get into this shit with a straight up fucking banger. It's fucking crepitation, you guys.
He's right. I want that t-shirt that says bree 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 on the back. Primus, what's up, bro?
So just recently, Crepitation gave us their album Monstrous Eruption of Impetuous Preposterity. Listening to this album makes me feel like fucking aliens went into their studio and hijacked all their equipment just to record the fucking album themselves, and then it's their own version of fucking slam metal. Not even just that, the way the fucking vocals go along with the fucking snare chop, he's making it sound like a goddamn machine gun. Oh, Nani, I am so proud of you. No, but seriously though, it's fucking Typus Secretor. They're back. They're fucking back.
How's your day, bro?
Listening to this album made me feel like there's a fucking slam heaven that fucking exists. And no, it's not hell, because that's too fucking edgy. Wanna know why? Because the fucking slam angels blessed us. This next band right here, you guys should already fucking, I shouldn't even be saying the fucking members. Up next, we have Human Ivory with their EP Special.
Hell yeah.
And this shit really is fucking special.
All those vocals, bro. What the fuck?
It's literally pure horrific insanity for fucking 19 minutes straight. Bro, listen to it. I fucking dare you.
New song? Hell yeah.
Alright, this next one is, oh, it fucking hits home, man. I've been waiting for this one for a long fucking time.
It's Ectoplasm. Ha! It's Ectoplasm. Yay! I love this band. They're so good.
After being excited for this album for the longest time, basically since it was announced, it's finally fucking here. It's like when fucking Star Wars Battlefront 3 got fucking canceled, and then years later we got Star Wars Battlefront the remake, and that fucking sucked. Or when Duke Nukem got postponed for over a decade, and then we got Duke Nukem Forever, which also fucking sucked. But hey, we got this album finally.
I listen to it all the time on stream and at work.
Next up, we have Algor Mortis. Welcome to hell.
I gotta take a piss.
I need to ask a question. What the fuck is this madness of a song? Who fucking put you guys up to this shit? We're gonna take a fucking quick pit stop in Bass Drop City with fucking Utilize the Remains. Why am I doing that? I'm acting like I'm about to fucking have them come in my fucking room and shit. They gave us their album Psychotic Abyss, and oh my goodness, that fucking rhymed on purpose, bitch. Alright, in this next release we're getting Ghetto as Hell, and this split with fucking Putrid Stew and Peeling Flesh. Man, the riffage and breeze in this release literally have my fucking hair standing up and doing loop-de-loops and shit, like a fucking roller coaster. Next up, we got some slamming brutal death metal at its finest with Orbital Gates' Voyage to the Closing Star, bitch. Next up, we have Gorehammer Technomancer.
This shit's pretty hot. I reacted to this when the week it came out. I liked it. I think it's good. I never listened to the album yet.
This one fucking sounds like the team behind Unreal Tournament literally wanted to hire a slam band for their fucking OST, and then there you go, this was made. And of course a splish splash of, you know, sci-fi ambient. Next up we have a self-titled demo from Face of Corruption. Next up we have Dissonant Seepage with their album The Darkness Will Swallow You Whole.
Ooh. The noodles, when you put noodles in Slam, I love it.
Another fucking well-formulated Slam release. Good shit, fellas. I bet you're wondering when I bust out the crazy blast and brutality shit. Next up we have the album Wheel of Catherine by Vibrations in the Void. I really hope the drummer didn't get in trouble or anything, because Jesus, he's beating the fuck out of this snare.
He is. He needs some milk, dude. Get him some milk.
We're gonna add on to the blast and brutality right here. 2 in a row. Next up we have Resurrected Divinity as Hell Fumes. This album's worth a listen because it is just fucking booby trapped with fucking switch ups, and you know I fucking love switch ups. Got them fucking Carl's Jr. juicy ass fucking switch ups. Don't worry, we still got some blast and brutality on the way. We're just gonna take a little bit of a breather. Next up, we basically got a teaser from Fornication Excrement with their track Mutilating a Crushed Body Covered in Blood. Sounds super sexual. When this song ended, I wanted to fucking cry. You guys know why. A full release. And of course, we're getting a full release. October 15th. Mark your fucking calendars. It's in fucking spooky season. Even though every day here is spooky season. Ooh, we're about to get gory and noisy up in this motherfucker. Next up, we have Scraping the Rind by Flex. Get ready for some movie samples and to lose a couple brain cells. Well, more than a couple.
I love movie samples, bro. It's so funny.
Next up, we have the demo from Constriction, and all I gotta say is, you guys know this is someone's daughter, right?
The snare on most of these are fucking brutal as fuck.
Oofy's one of the fucking albums I've been hyped for this fucking year, and I hope you guys been as hyped as well, because next up we have Gangrenous Flesh Consumption. Remember when I brought up mass killings in the last Slams of the Month episode? That was just a single. Well, now that fucking EP's released as well as with the fucking split. That split being with the new murder, slam, and death metal band, Open Flesh Wound. Remember, it's okay to curb stomp someone as long as they're a shitty human being. But you gotta be listening to the fucking slams on this list. Next up, we have Foot in Mouth with their EP Abomination. This shit gets pretty weird at the end of the EP, but trust me, it's a good type of weird. The fucking weird you'd probably want in a relationship.
This ain't weird at all. This is heat.
Next up, we have some more dangerous as fuck slam.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but we got new and virulent coming soon.
And we have Impervious Mutation with their EP Predatory Barbarism. This EP is so fucking heavy, it got me thinking the fucking vocalist got taken away from Animal Control. And next up, we have a single from Ferocious Fetal Formulas titled Stratified Pre-Rape Fumigation. In fucking tense. Very sporadic on this one. Very fucking sporadic ass slam. And last, we have Emasculated Vituperation with the Horny Goatweed Smoke Enema.
The Horny Goatweed Smoke Enema. Yo, .357 homicide is insane. We got new Disembodied Tyrant featuring Ben-Hur. Ooh, I like that a lot. Appreciate you, Airbender. What the fuck, bro? All right, let's rewind this. This is fucking nuts. I did not expect it to sound like this. What the fuck? Is that a violin? Oh, he's definitely got a violin. What the fuck, dude? This is sick. It's so fucking chaotic sounding and just like bad. But then they're like, wait. That was heat. Oh, that's so cool sounding, yo. Oh, that's so cool. Like, I wouldn't call this black and deathcore, but it's definitely like in the same type of vein. It's so good. It's really sick. Ooh, that swaying on that guitar right there was sick. They're fucking going all out on this though, for sure. Fucking holding nothing back, dude. This is fucking heat. Ooh, knew they were gonna end it on something heavy. You have to. Oh. They're slowing it down. That's heat, bro. Dude, it didn't even feel like we listened to a 6-minute song, man. Like, when in that entire, nowhere in that entire song did I go, man, I hope this song ends soon. And it's 6 minutes long, dude. Like, and I was like, dude, I want to listen to more now. Like, this was fucking amazing. What was that? Poetic Edda featuring Bender by Disembodied Tyrant. Dude, this shit is fire! I want more. Give me more. Give me more. That was good. I like it a lot. Thanks for showing that. Thanks for showing that shit, dude. That shit was so fucking heat. The production is really, really tight. I believe Disembodied Tyrant did the mid six instrumentals. Don't like fucking quote me on it or anything, you know, but I'm pretty sure he did that. I like a band called Snuff Tape. Like, that just sounds cool. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're going to do some more reactions later before we get off today for sure. I might just fucking stay on all day. I haven't decided yet. No decisions have been made, Daddy. Yeah, that new Disembodied Tyrant, man. Holy fuck. Does that go pretty hard, huh?
Before we go any further, potential spoilers ahead. You have been warned. I thought that I was the only one who had a problem with this until I saw a post on the Starfield subreddit. It says, I never hated anything so much in a game I love so much, and is a reference to the weird rooms that you just sort of jetpack around in the temples. I put a lot of time into this game. I finished the main quest, and honestly, I feel like I spend so much time in these and still don't really know if I'm doing it right. Like, it seems like you boost towards the glittery thing faster and it'll finish faster if you get there faster, but there's like no context for why that's the mechanic or why you're doing that. It's not different based on the power, which would be much nicer. And it doesn't have the cool appeal that they had in Skyrim, where at least you're like trying to overcome a challenge. You're just sort of mindlessly boosting towards.
Yo, that Starfield was really cool at first, and then it was like, for me, interest-wise, I was like, oh my god, character creation was actually really fun. Oh my god, I'm laughing. I'm having a good time. I took fucking 30 minutes to make a character. Holy shit, I'm playing the first couple of missions. Holy shit, this is so much fun. I'm really having fun. And then, oh my god, this shit sucks cock. Hate it. Starfield's terrible. That's my opinion on Starfield. Sorry. Get over it. Oh my god. But for real, that's how it was. That's how it was for me. I just couldn't keep myself playing it, man. It was just like buggy. It was buggy for me. It felt like I was like lagging. Like it was just boring, dude. Like I feel like I'm more in conversation than anything, and I want action. It makes me want to play Destiny. I think tomorrow we're playing the First Descendants. But yeah, it just made me want to play fucking Destiny, bro.
You don't improvise on camera when we're shooting. They all think that Marty just doesn't do anything, that he lets the actor say, okay, go ahead, and he sits there like this, you know, and enjoys it. You know, it's not true. I mean, it's so crazy to think that you can go in there and make a movie like that.
I was able, as a co-writer, to record several takes, maybe 4 to 5 takes between Ray and Joe of this dialogue. I then took that and rewrote that, which was then inserted into the script.
Tommy, no, you got it all wrong. Oh, Anthony, he's a big boy. He knows what he said. What'd you say?
Once we had the improv down, then we had to lock it.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you? And he goes like this. Give me more, give me more, give me more. Girl. What the fuck is so funny about me? Tell me. No. Easy.
Get the fuck out of here.
You motherfucker. I almost had him.
I think I'm gonna watch Goodfellas coming up soon. Avocado and I are gonna watch Goodfellas soon. That's a good fucking movie, man. I'm gonna get fucking baked and watch some Goodfellas. I think I might do that. I think we might do that sometime soon. I think I might do maybe Discord thing. I think that might be cool. Oh shit.
The last we talked about the pink sauce, there was a lot going on. The creator of the viral TikTok sauce had created a GoFundMe page to say that she was struggling with finances. She claimed that she had
Actually, you know what? I don't give a fuck. Fuck the pink sauce lady. I don't care about how she's doing. Appreciate you, Primus.
Focusing on the fucking fucking
Killed it. Killed it. I can't do that. I can't do any of that stuff. I can't do any of that stuff. Oh, I was for lovers. Top secret 4.
Qusay al-Jundi and Mohammed El Aboud were already known to be terrible con artists. But after targeting a 71-year-old with the plan to scam her of her entire property empire, they overstepped the line. Things would rapidly go south after this, leading to the cruel murder of Louise Cam in one of the most dreadful ways possible. But even after her death, her killers would reach new depths of depravity by recording TikTok videos in her home, which they now claimed was theirs. Bragging, flexing, and gloating about their stolen property was recorded for the whole world to see. But little did Qusay and Mohammed know that they were throwing more and more evidence directly
That's
into the
crazy!
spotlight. And soon enough, they would have to face the full force of the law. Welcome back to Podcast Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're heading to London to look at the terrible case of Louise Cam. Now, there is nothing nice to say about scammers, but it's how these two acted after the murders that make both of them so insufferable. And all I can say is wow to the TikTok videos. Even Nira doesn't like them. What do you say about TikTok videos, mate? Do you think we should go on TikTok? Yeah? I think that's a yes. By the way, I report on true crime, strange and chilling stories, and the best way to support me is by subscribing to the channel.
By
so,
subscribing to the
if you like
channel.
darkly fascinating stories.
I need a
or
green
if you
screen.
like coffee.
I think I need a green screen. Fuck having a background, bro. Give me a green
In the
screen.
first hour of my videos going live, so if you want to catch me for a question or just say hi, then please hit the bell notification too. And now, with all of that said, please grab yourself a coffee, pull up a seat, and get ready for the deep dive. This is the case of Louise Cam. It's always quite jarring when cases occur a little too close to home. As today, we're travelling to the much-loved, well-travelled and historic capital city, London. Now, there's a lot that could be said about London. I could be here for many hours talking about the dark, strange and downright chilling stories that have happened here throughout history. From Jack the Ripper to the historic jails tucked away in the city's many nooks and crannies. This renowned city has a dark past of cruelty, sinister souls, and a variety of stories that can make the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. Many cities have their own underground subway or metro systems, but did you know that London has the most extensive and well-connected system in the world? And of course, I'm talking about the tube. I mean, I'd know, I live here. Although getting around may be crowded, and with temperatures that rival the surface of the sun, it is extremely easy and efficient. Or at least when the bloody trains are working, that is. But here is something that you may not know. The Tube aside, London has various other underground networks which remain private and hidden from the public eye. From the occasional unused platform to entire abandoned stations, all the way through to hidden bomb-proof bunkers and escape rails which were set up for Winston Churchill during World War II. London is so old that some of these stations have simply become redundant through the decades. This including Aldwych Station, which was abandoned in the year 1994. The station opened as Strand in 1907 on the site of the former Royal Strand Theatre, and apparently it is thought to have inherited the ghost of an actress, who has been reported as standing on the tracks late at night. London is also littered with underground bunkers, which were created to protect those against airstrikes in World War II, and even nuclear bombs during the Cold War. Today we're travelling to the north of London, to the boroughs of Barnes and Harrow,
Did not know any of that.
the leafy county of Hertfordshire. And it's
Oh, that's
here,
kinda
in
cool.
the quaintly named town,
You learn
of
something
Bar,
new every
that we find
day.
a very important woman in today's case. That, of course, being 71-year-old Louise Cam. Louise was a divorced small-time businesswoman and a gentle mother of 2 now adult sons, one of whom, named Greg, she was extremely close to. Her 2 boys had always been her priority, and she did whatever she could to give them a good life. And even now, in her golden years, she often thought about them and their future. In the recent decades, she had started a sizable catering business with her husband, who was now from a previous marriage. A venture which had become so successful that by the year 2020, she owned 2 properties located around North London. Obviously, this is quite a huge achievement. London is amongst the most expensive cities in the world, and even in the outer suburbs, a relatively small house can set you back well over £1 million.
Oh.
The equivalent of
Seabass, what up?
$1.26 million.
How you doing?
Now, obviously, I don't have to tell you that that is a lot of money. The 2 properties that Louise owned
How you doing
amounted
today?
to a whopping £4.6 million, one of which was a shop with 3 flats above them in Wilson.
We're learning about these guys from TikTok that like killed this woman and then posted her house on TikTok saying it was theirs. And then we're playing Titanfall 2 for the day.
Northwest of London. Our story today, though, will primarily
Same.
focus on her other
I woke up maybe like
property, that
two
being
and a
a
half hours
4-bedroom
ago,
house located
which
at
is kind of a
16
long
Lawrence Farm
long
Road
ago,
in the
but
borough of Barnet. While Louise wasn't currently living at this property, she did rent it out to other people on occasion. That, of course, giving her another stream of passive
it's my day
income.
off.
Saying that,
So we
the
chillin'.
house was sat vacant by the start of 2021. Not wanting to lose any money, and considering her increasing age, she started to explore the idea of selling both of her properties.
Hope you have a
being
good
so
day
she could
today.
leave the money for her 2 sons and for them to live comfortably. It was at that moment that a friend of hers put her in contact with a man who was looking to buy some investment properties. And this individual was a 24-year-old man named Kusai Al-Jundi. Kusai was local to Harrow and worked as a chef at the Yasmin Sham restaurant located in Willesden. Now, even from here, I can hear you asking one very obvious question. How on earth could a kebab shop chef afford a house valued at over £1 million? Well, despite his very humble position, he claimed to have a very wealthy girlfriend who wanted to buy property. He further claimed that she was currently working abroad, so it was down to him to scope out the potential sale. Now, Louise was
Be right
a
back, grab a
regular
drink.
customer at the kebab shop already, and so after connecting with Kasai, this would be the place that they often talked about selling the property. Kasai also told Louise that, despite the age difference, he was already married to a woman in her 60s named Anna Reich. Anna was a wealthy woman who frequently visited the restaurant, and Kasai would often shower her with affection and compliments. But sadly, unknown to Louise, all of this was lies and manipulation, as Kasai was in fact married to a completely different woman and even had 3 children. Now, this didn't stop Kasai from conning an Audi TT and a Toyota RAV4 from the elderly Anna, to which he unashamedly promised to pay for eventually. You can probably see where this is going though, because, as you may have guessed, not a penny would ever materialize. Having both of these cars led Louise to believe that he was actually a very wealthy man, which of course made her believe that he had enough money to afford to buy her property. Eventually, Kasai and Louise agreed to meet at a property on July the 26th, 2021, in which Kasai mentioned that his so-called solicitor would be in attendance to help manage the transfer of ownership. But unfortunately, not everything was quite as it seemed. Kasai had managed to convince her to keep their sale of the property under the table.
You're preaching to the
Doing this
choir,
meant that
my
she could
dude.
avoid-
You are preaching to the choir. What's awesome though is Titanfall 2 is back and the servers work on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. and you can play it anytime you want now. And there's actually more hype around it right now than there's ever been around it when it was released, and there's more people playing it right now. Oh yeah, I've been obsessed with Apex Legends for a couple years. Like, I could not stop fucking playing it. And but when you play one game for like 3-4 years, you miss out on a lot of awesome other titles. And it took me a while to break myself away from Apex. I'm not gonna lie. Now it's hard to play because I'm playing Titanfall again, and the movement is just I can't go back. It's like I'm spoiled now. I used to think I was spoiled with Apex. Same. I played it day one. I remember watching the trailer for it on the day it was released, and I was like, I gotta play this. I was like, Titanfall Battle Royale. Oh my god, I gotta play. And then I was like, damn, this is fun. It was cool. And then I played it all the way up until 2 seasons ago. I was like playing it every day or all the time. And then I got into Overwatch like really hard. And now I'm on Titanfall. Play a lot of story games here though. But yeah, Titanfall story, hands down best story. I want to do a Titanfall stream, like a different. I want to do a story stream, but I want to go for all the helmets. I want to try to follow all the helmets. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. I think I was playing Fortnite for a while. We were playing Fortnite and we were waiting for because we were waiting for PUBG to come out because everybody's like PUBG is going to be the definitive battle royale experience. And then when it dropped, we were like, this kind of sucks. We were playing that for a bit, but I was playing Rocket League. That's what I was playing when Apex dropped. I was playing Rocket League all the time. And then I really haven't played it since, to be honest. I played it maybe like 6 times. And I used to be pretty good at it. I liked it.
With hefty taxes on their transaction, which in return would benefit both of them.
But Apex is still
Louise
cool.
was skeptical about this, and so was
Yo,
her
that
son,
was
Greg,
literally
because
seasons 3 to 7 or whatever. Something like that. 3 to 7 on Fortnite. The original seasons 3 to 7 are the best seasons ever. Those are so good. See, I think season 5 was my favorite. I loved it.
she did eventually believe that this was the best thing she could do for her family, so she reluctantly agreed. In the morning of July 26th, Louise was seen by a friend in the Spires shopping centre located in Barnet. There was nothing unusual or out of the ordinary in this sighting or her behaviour, but sadly, little did anyone know that this friend would be the last person to see her alive. The following day,
Coffee
on
House
July
Crime,
the
yes sir,
27th,
Nemesis, how are you, man?
2021, Greg
Okay,
began to
just to
receive
get you caught up, it's about this guy in London who scams people, but he scammed a woman and, like, I guess killed her and stole her house and then was posting it on TikTok that it was his. That's all I know so far. That's from the beginning, and all we've learned so far is how he scammed cars and shit out from other people to make people think he was rich. That's it. That's all we know so far. So you're here perfectly in time. We're only 7 minutes in. Yeah, tell me. Tell me, Seabass. You ever seen the movie Dumb and Dumber where he throws the salt shaker over his shoulder and then they're like, who did that? And then he stands up, he's like, kick his ass, Seabass. It's amazing.
Very bizarre texts from his mother. Her messages were extremely out of character, and even more so,
Doing great, dude.
their
Been
content
editing
made
content.
no
Fuck yeah,
sense
bro. I'm
at
proud of
all.
you.
Found within these messages, she wrote of how she had stolen money from a local man, and in order to escape the law, she had fled to
Proud of you,
China
big
in
dog.
order to start a new life with her stolen fortune. Now, these messages were worryingly nonsensical, and so in an effort to try and
Really?
gain
So you found
clarity
like
of
a
the
god? You found a
situation,
god
Greg
chest?
tried to call Louise's mobile phone, but concerningly, each and every call went unanswered. It was obvious that this was
I had one of those in
completely out of the
Apex on
ordinary. His mother
Olympus
had
in the back
plenty
corner of
money,
docks.
had never expressed a
There's
desire to go to
there's
China,
3 bins in the
had
back
never
corner
given
of
the
docks.
smallest hint that she was
Guaranteed
any
like
kind of a
purple
thief,
and
and
gold
would never
items.
just up and leave
Every
her
time.
2 much-loved sons like this. Checking her home in Potter's Bar yielded nothing, and so, fearing something terrible had happened to his mother, he turned to the police and reported her as missing. Following the worrying news, several people came forward with valuable information, with some even claiming that they'd seen her earlier that morning at the local shopping centre. But the most crucial lead came from Louise's friend, who actually was the one to refer her to Kasai. Louise had told this friend about their arrangement to meet at the property on the 26th, which just so happened to be the same day that she went missing. After learning of this information, investigators searched the residence of 16 Gallants Park Road, where they found an empty driveway and an even emptier house. During their examination,
Stop giving me a purple
detectives
scar.
noticed that the house had been recently
Yeah, see, they
lived
patched
in.
it. They were like,
Sofa cushions
we
locked
got
in
the
their
same
place,
motherfuckers landing
dirty
at the same
plates were
motherfucking
stacked
chest
up in
getting the
sink,
same motherfucking
and
gun. We're
fresh
gonna
giveaway boxes
fucking
were found in the bin.
nerf that
All
shit.
of this suggested that the home had been used in recent days, which of course could include or exclude Louise. With the home not coming up with any substantial leads, Kasai became the officer's next point of call, and upon questioning, it became clear that he knew more than he was letting on. As a result, Kasai was brought in for further questioning, and the situation began to escalate when he refused to speak to officers. 2 days after her disappearance, officers managed to find Louise's vehicle on a nearby driveway, and after talking to the supposed owner, he was just as shocked as they were.
So that was,
It turns out
that's a
that her
stepping
vehicle
stone
had
right there.
recently
It's
been
only
sold
up from
to her
there.
by someone who claimed to be the owner, but actually
I'm terrible at
wasn't.
Fortnite.
And the seller,
My girlfriend's
well,
really good at
he
it, but I'm
turned out
bad.
to be a delivery driver from the exact same restaurant where Kasai worked. But Kasai
So you're
was
just
not the
running
main guy
around,
they were interested
stock
in right
skin,
now.
just
In fact, it was
fucking
that
going
delivery
nuts on
driver,
people.
and his name was Mohammed El Aboud.
Mohammed Al Aboud.
Mohammed El Aboud, who was 28 years old, was born in Romania. Not much is known about his past, but quite frankly, it doesn't matter.
Kinda looks
This
like Casey
man
Frey.
has to be one of the most insufferable personalities that I've ever come across. And having to watch his TikTok videos has likely taken several years off of my own life. In his videos, he can be seen driving while using his phone, smirking and grinning with absolute confidence, spanking his own butt to reveal a very mediocre car that he didn't even own, and pulling downright ridiculous faces. And if there is anything that won't piss you off more, just listen to this laugh. Mohammed had already been linked to Louise Cam's disappearance, but with proof that he
Manskin's
had now
Deadpool?
unlawfully sold her vehicle,
I love
his
Deadpool.
involvement
I can't
seemed
wait for Deadpool
undeniable.
3.
And with this information, he was arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit murder. It didn't take long for this pathetic nut to crack. After a combination of physical and digital evidence was revealed to him, his story began to unravel, and found hiding in the dark mystery of her disappearance was Kasai. Mohammed confessed that he and his friend had conspired to scam her of her properties, and now that he was in custody with no way out, he slowly began to tell the investigators everything. On July 26th, a surveillance camera captured
shit.
Louise driving her BMW to 16 Gallants Farm Road. She was scheduled to meet with Kasai and a so-called solicitor to discuss the sale of her property. Her son had warned her against making the deal, but she was insistent that
I
this
believe
deal would be
Disney owns
financially
Marvel.
better for the family. Sadly though,
But Disney
Greg's
still owns
intuition was
Deadpool 3.
correct, because Kasai's solicitor was in fact actually Mohammed. Unbeknownst to her at the time, Mohammed had actually been living at the property for several days already, illegally squatting and making himself at home. For those unsure what squatting is, it's when someone breaks into a property that they don't own and lives there without paying rent. Mohammed was so arrogant and self-entitled about living here for those few days that he even invited his girlfriend over and bragged that the place was his. And we know this because the couple created several TikTok videos together, and during this time frame, Mohammed's cringy drivel just seemed to get worse. Days before their meeting, Mohammed posted a video of himself and his girlfriend dancing along to music, laughing, and obviously having a good time in a home neither of them had any right to stay in. It is worth noting that his girlfriend at the time, named Maria, did not know about Mohammed's and Kasai's plans. Furthermore, she had no idea that he was living there unlawfully, and therefore is innocent of any wrongdoing. These were not the
This is
only
true.
videos recorded at the house either. Mohammed posted
They have
several
like a
other
deal
vanity
together
videos,
to
which
where
included
they own
dancing
part
and singing
Spider-Man
in
and so
front
does
of
Marvel.
mirrors,
That's why
and
he's able to be
whatever
in
this was
Avengers
supposed
stuff
to
now.
be. One of the most incriminating of videos taken before July the 26th was one of him taking a tour of Louise's property. Although the home was empty, he described it as if it were his own and spoke about moving in, this including his awful laugh at the end.
Înțelegere. O frumusețe de băiat pe aici. Așa. Bucătărie cât casă. Asta cum se numește salonul sau cum se spune în limba română, așa. Și adevărul e că nu e bani în buzunar. Așa că îmi trăiesc.
It is obvious that Mohammed was well on board with Kasai's plan to acquire Louise's property, and furthermore, he seemed to be excited at the prospect of living in this new house.
If it wasn't for Iron Man,
Kasai
there would be no
insisted that the
superhero
plan
movies
was
like we have now.
bulletproof, and that Louise would
100%.
sign her properties over to
Spider-Man
them.
did okay.
After all, he had been
Spider-Man did
working
really
on the
well, but
scam for several
Iron Man's
months
what's
now.
really set
But
off the
after
Superman
arriving,
stuff.
Louise sensed that
That's Superman, the
something was
superhero stuff.
grossly wrong. She had planned to meet a formally dressed solicitor, and not the scruffy likes of Mohammed. With apprehension, she now refused to sign anything that the pair put forward. I mean, tax fraud is still tax fraud and therefore a crime, but something seriously did not feel right about the new situation. Instead, she insisted that she must meet Anna, who of course Kasai claimed was the one to be purchasing the property. And after realizing that the plan was now likely to fail, they resorted to plan B, which was, tragically, to murder Louise. Just 19 minutes after arriving at the property, Mohammed grabbed the hairdryer and, using the cord, overpowered and strangled Louise. Tragically, he didn't let go until she was dead. The hairdryer was later found in Kasai's residence, with DNA analysis confirming that Mohammed had used it. Following her death, the pair wrapped her body in a
Facts,
duvet
I
before
agree.
stuffing it in the
100%. I've always liked the
the
animated stuff.
as a means to disguise the body. And once
I
they
like
were
their
done,
video
the
game
pair
stuff, too.
continued business as usual, where Mohammed continued to live at the address and create several tasteless TikTok videos. And this time, he recorded himself dancing and gyrating on the driveway.
What a
He then
dork.
posted videos of him singing with the hashtag bored at home.
What a dork.
I think you and I can both agree that this was very hard to watch. Not even 24 hours after murdering an elderly woman, he was seen laughing, dancing, and smiling on camera, as if nothing had happened. I mean, it takes a very special kind of evil to be this disconnected from your actions, especially when those actions are just bloody TikTok videos. Thankfully,
Yeah,
though,
that
this
game
man
is
was
nuts.
too
I really
much of
want
an
to play
idiot
that.
keep
I'm waiting for it to
quiet,
go on sale.
and those TikTok videos would come back to haunt him. Mohammed would also illegally sell her BMW that was sitting on the driveway. But without any attempt to change the number plate, the vehicle was very easy to track down. Using the money made from selling the BMW, he then bought himself scores of extravagant new clothes and luxury items. Despite their careless behavior afterwards, the pair must have known that the police may eventually come looking for Louise. And so, using her mobile phone, they tried to mask her disappearance with convoluted messages to her son. But there was one other problem. The body in the bin. And
We're gonna play it
rather
sometime soon,
foolishly,
for
both
sure.
men moved the bin to Kasai's house in Barnet, where they then changed the number on the front and placed it with other normal refuse bins, expecting it to blend in until bin collectors came later that week. However, all future endeavors would not go to plan, and Mohammed was arrested the next day on July the 28th,
Nerd.
with Kasai arrested the following day.
Good.
Investigators would eventually find Louise's body tucked inside a bin.
The story tells
Alongside
that my
her were a pair
friend
of gloves
played
in the
it
bin
and he
bag,
literally
and
could
both
not
positively
stop.
matched Kasai's DNA. The hairdryer that was used to kill Louise was
Once it goes
eventually
under
found
40
in the
bucks,
sand
I'll be
too,
picking it up.
and with it containing Mohammed's DNA,
I also have a
proof
PlayStation,
linked
so I
to
could
her
play it on
murder.
PlayStation.
Testimonies, evidence, and DNA were all stacking up against them. And despite even filming themselves inside her home, they still denied having anything to do with her murder. Now, Coffee House Crime has covered many stories with rather smart criminals. However, something doesn't tell me this is the case in today's video. Moving into the legal proceedings of this case, both men would continue to express their innocence despite the overwhelming amount of evidence against them. Kasai's alleged girlfriend, Anna Reich, would take to the stand, testifying against the conman who had clearly scammed her. She stated that Kasai never paid for the 2 cars she'd given him, and furthermore, that he was extremely manipulative and persuasive. Kasai would go as far as accusing Anna of being complicit in laundering money through the properties, and that she was willing to go ahead with the unlawful tax-free arrangement. Now, Anna strongly denied these claims, and it was kind of obvious that she was just another victim to Kasai. That man was clearly ruthless in his greed, and used his wit and charm to deceive women into trusting him. In the end, it was concluded that Kasai was the mastermind behind the plot to either scam or murder Louise Cam. I mean, he targeted her in the restaurant, forged a relationship, built trust for several months, and then hired Mohammed for the plot, to which he promised a split of the profit. When it came to Mohammed's trial, there would be one crucial key witness, and that came in the form of his very own ex-girlfriend, Maria. During his trial, Maria testified that she was actually at the property when Louise arrived, though she didn't meet or talk to her at all, saying that she did recall seeing her sitting in another room sternly talking to both men. Maria was advised that it was just a business deal.
Seabass, thank you so much for that follow.
However, only
Can't wait for
11
Spider-Man 2.
minutes
Sorry,
after
my
Louise
friend's
arrived,
messaging me about something
Kasai
that I got
asked
going on with
Maria
music-wise.
to follow him on a
And I was
shopping
getting back to
trip.
him real
He claimed
fast.
that
Can't
he
wait to
wanted
see the
buy
boss
her
fights,
some
dude.
expensive
Don't tell
jewelry,
me.
And so, without much hesitation,
Venom's
she
gonna be, I know
left with
Venom
him.
is in it.
But
I
after
do
the
know
trip,
that.
she did not return to the house with Kasai. Instead, she was picked up by Mohammed. Now, Maria did not expect anything to be amiss, but while en route back to her home in Coventry, Mohammed dropped a rather strange bombshell of a statement. Turning to her in the car, he said, "I just can't believe it. I can't believe we really killed that lady." After this, he seemed to backtrack, and instead claimed it was just a silly joke. A few moments later, he jovially asked her, "Would you like me to kill you too?" During their trial, several of Mohammed's TikTok videos were submitted to the jury as evidence, with an additional means to highlight a damning judge of character. The videos shown, as well as the collection of others, revealed a very narcissistic man obsessed with wealth and material value, and showed no value or regard to the life of another human. It became evident that both men were happy to put a price tag on a person's life, and that furthermore, Kasai had the ego to really believe that his master plan could be pulled off. Despite his DNA being located on her clothing and the murder weapon, Mohammed strongly placed the blame on Kasai for the actual murder of Louise. Kasai's DNA was also found at the crime scene, so the actual perpetrator of the murder isn't clear. Kasai himself stayed quiet and refused to give any testimony during his trial, and despite the potential option of claiming he was out of the house at the time of the murder, the man remained tight-lipped and motionless.
I think
Now,
Spider-Man's one of the best
perpetrator of
superheroes.
The murder itself was heavily contested and was subject to jury deliberation. However,
I
on
just
January
I don't need
16th,
any more Spider-Man
2022,
stuff
the
about
jury concluded that
his
both
fucking uncle
men were
dying.
guilty of Louise
You know, I don't need any more of that
and by
shit. Give me
unanimous
stuff
decision,
after.
Both men
Give
were
me all the shit
sentenced to
after.
life imprisonment with a minimum of
I want to see what
35
happens with
years behind
Spider-Man's like
bars.
80.
It was only during sentencing that both men showed any hint of emotion. And of course, their crying was only for themselves. Both men cried as they heard their fate, with their fragile egos ruined as they realized they could not get away with their actions. Judge Mark Lucraft would conclude the court proceedings.
Look at his hair! What is that? What the fuck? Look at his hair, bro.
With his own final words. El Aboud confessed to a friend that he had killed Louise, but denied this at trial. "We are grateful that the jury saw through his lies." The police worked quickly to establish that Louise had come to harm, and to secure the evidence to present a strong and compelling case to put before the jury. Our thoughts remain with Louise's family and friends, and we sincerely hope these guilty verdicts will bring them some comfort. The actions of these two men can be summed up in one single word: deplorable. Kasai and Mohammed relentlessly worked towards scamming an elderly woman out of her life savings, and savagely murdered her in her own house when she realized the deception. Honestly, these actions are almost too terrible to comprehend. Mohammed found no empathy while he strangled the life out of her, and although he wasn't the one to ultimately take Louise's life, Kasai was guilty of putting her in a life-threatening position purely to line his own pockets. Louise should have never been in harm's way, and only wanted to secure a strong financial future
wild.
for her sons. However, thanks to the greed
Well,
and
okay. Oh, okay. So yeah, they started it after. That's good.
People have been making some very good celebrity lookalikes in the Starfield character creator. Adam Driver, obviously, made by Kazornflakes on the Starfield subreddit. This is a pretty spot-on Sylvester Stallone. I'd like to see it from the front. This one's made by The Fastbender on the Starfield subreddit. It's Mike from Breaking Bad. This one's made by someone called Aeroins.
It's good.
I feel like this one's like not 100% there, but it's recognizable. The ears. It's the ears. Obviously, a nice take on Obama. The person said they're playing as a diplomat. It's made by Buttercup Z575. Okay, I think this
Oh, that's
one
cool.
is my favorite.
Oh, that's good.
Obviously, Willem Dafoe, made by Strider390. People have been making some very good celebrity lookalikes in the Starfield.
William Dafoe. Made in Starfield. Not funny. Oh, Strays is out. I forgot. watch that. His feet all through that thumbnail. Oh no, what?
Another Blizzard 4chan leak, bleak if true. Overwatch 2 is undergoing a hasty redesign behind the scenes, relaunching as Overwatch Next. And essentially, Overwatch 1 is trying to undo the damage. Diablo 4 has lost most of its original development staff. Thank God. And the seasonal team is taking over and working on an expansion to act as a soft reboot. Good.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what they should do. Get rid of the people that fucked up. Dragonflight is the remains of a canceled mobile game co-produced with the Chinese partners that was bolted into World of Warcraft to pad a massive gap after the catastrophic response to patch 9.1. This lead to a ship and tone the players have noticed and found off-putting. 11.0 is going to be announced at BlizzCon with a shift to a free-to-play seasonal battle pass model similar to Destiny, with smaller-scale micro-expansions sold as optional premium DLC that will include elements like new dungeons that require these DLC packs to access. I think that if they do that, they're probably going to end up actually unironically killing the game. I do. Like, I have no
Did
problem
you just
with
pick
them
your nose
making
on
it
stream,
free-to-play
dog?
with the seasonal battle pass that you have to buy. Like, I don't really think that's gonna that would not ruin the game for me. Like any more.
All right,
than, like,
don't tell me anymore.
The way that I
don't
look
tell
at
me
it
anymore,
is
okay?
that
No more.
I think WoW already, like, the integrity of the game has been destroyed with the WoW token. Like, any integrity and any value and
You got me excited though.
In the game
We're gonna
was
play it.
destroyed the
Promise.
moment that they allowed you to buy gold.
Promise you.
Because you can just buy gold.
I
and
do
want
wanna play it.
That you
My
want
friend
in
says
the
it's
game,
amazing. You
and
say it's amazing. I'm gonna play it.
legal, and that's it. So, like, I don't really care about this. Is this gonna make the game any more way? And guess what? Pay to win stuff, right? Like, you pay for the game, so you simple. Because if the balance is Fall Guys, Halls of Torment, this let's see here. Diablo Immortal supposedly made Activision Blizzard $2 million a day. The mobile gamers are not here reading this. They are living life, having fun, buying powers on their lunch break, and they don't care about games like you do. Meth addicts are having fun too. Yeah, mobile gaming. This is and this is why
Insomniac's a great
this
company.
is why so many games are trying to get a normie audience, because a normie audience doesn't care about all of these like weird, like line in the sand issues that gamers care about. Like, gamers care about de novo. Gamers care about early access. Gamers care about pay to win. Sports enjoyers, average, did you see the game last week, havers, you know, the Bills, the Teds, the Davids out there that are just, you know, fucking 37, and they, you know, I used to play Diablo, it's on the phone now, that's crazy, what's this about? You know, 800% value, that's a lot, wow. I guess I should buy this then, right? Yeah, the Star Wars Andes. Yeah, they've got 17 Funko Pops at home. They watch The Big Bang Theory. They
I
heard
believe
about
that the new
Diablo
one that's
4
coming
from
out
a
has like 80
commercial
suits.
in between a sports game that they were watching.
Like,
and they can play
legit,
it for
80?
a few hours a week whenever the wife doesn't want them to do something. And these guys here don't care about early access. They don't even know what it is. They're like, what do you mean? You mean early access? Like, oh, cool. So we can play the game early? Oh, that's awesome. What do you mean people are mad about that? What are they, stupid? Yeah, what do you mean? And so that's why so many of these games, they try to appeal to these,
He's
like,
not
super
wrong. I used to not like Asmongold, but he's not wrong. The Black Metal Murderer.
October's coming up fast, and there's a ton of games releasing. As you know, we sort through the chaff to try to figure out what's important to pay attention to, what's not. Hi, folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, the top 15 new games of October 2023. Starting off at number 15, it's Lords of the Fallen. So if you're interested in the first next-gen Souls-like with some unique mechanics, this is it. This is an Unreal Engine 5 title. It very much looks it. I don't know exactly to what extent it's utilizing the new features of Unreal 5, but wow, it is a pretty looking game. It's also got a unique parallel worlds mechanic, which we've seen a little bit more of since the Dishonored and Titanfall missions. Honestly, it kind of reminds me of Effect and Cause and
Titanfall
the
missions.
Travel Mansion and Dishonored, except it's everywhere. And I've seen this in a couple of games recently too. Having it in a Souls-like, though, I think could be a really unique mechanic. I don't think it's time-based, it's a parallel world. I'm cool with that. It all looks great. From everything I've read, the controls are nice and tight too. I haven't been able to play it, unfortunately, but I'm definitely gonna. I didn't really play the original Lords of the Fallen. I know it was one of the original Souls-likes, quote-unquote. This game is both a sequel and a reboot to that game, and it kind of looks like it's done a little bit more to differentiate itself versus the original game.
It looks
I'm excited
sick.
to play it full next-gen
I'm not-
release, PlayStation 5,
I'm not
Xbox
a
Series,
Souls-like
and PC.
person either,
That's
but
the
this looks
only
sick.
platforms it's coming to, and it's landing October 13th. At number 14 is Forza Motorsport. Kind of a reboot, kind of another Forza game. They've been describing this one as the most technically advanced racing game ever made, and I don't know if that's true. I think we're going to have to see a lot of comparison done after the game's release, but I'll say it looks pretty freaking incredible between the ray tracing, the physics.
I'm all
the
set on Forza,
tire
man. Give me
wear,
another Horizons,
leather.
I might play
all
it.
looks
But give me a Need for
really
Speed
cool.
Underground.
I don't doubt the idea that it's among the most technically advanced racing games ever made. Just from the looks of it, it's hard to argue with. I am a little bit more of a Forza Horizon person than a Forza Motorsport person. I kind of like that little injection of a tiny bit of arcade into the formula. But obviously, Motorsport is a hell of a series, or sub-series, I guess. And I am, of course, really excited to see where they take Forza Motorsport. It's landing on Xbox Series and PC on October 10th. At number 13 is Dark Envoy, a co-op party-based tactical/classical RPG, which, I mean, that's a lot of words, but in all seriousness, in terms of visually what we're talking about, it's a pretty good-looking game. We've got a nice fluid movement model, speed controls, stealth, cover. Honestly, pretty cool looking mechanics. I mean, it's a decidedly double A looking game, but I mean that in the best possible way. It's kind of a guns and sorcery type magic.
I love the old
type
Need for
thing
Speeds from like
where
original
you control
Xbox.
a party of relic hunters. Beyond that, we're not really given a huge amount of story, but when you're selling a game on the gameplay and the gameplay looks good, that's good. That's what has me interested in it. It really does look like a fun RPG. Dark Envoy is landing on
Most Wanted
PC
was sick
October
too.
24th.
I liked the run. The
At
run
number
was
12
really
is
awesome.
The Lord of the Rings Return to Moria, a survival/crafting game where Gimli goes and decides, hey, let's take back the Dwarven Kingdom. Apparently the developers have taken a pretty broad range of interests. Number 11 is Total War Pharaoh, which just by saying those three words, you should probably completely understand what it is. If you're not a Total War fan, Total War is turn-based strategy, real-time tactics. They've covered a large number. At number 10 is Jusant, a platforming game by Don't Nod. This is a game that the demo came out a few months ago. It's one that I played. It is different. So platforming is probably the correct word for the genre, but you might almost call it a puzzle climbing game. It's kind of like if the climbing stuff from Uncharted was a lot more complicated and well fleshed out. And that's not to say that
You
that
hate
stuff isn't
platformers?
fleshed
I
out.
like
It's
some of
fleshed out
them.
as far as it needs to be in Uncharted. Here it's the
I
whole
like Crash
game,
Bandicoot.
and it's as thoughtful as it could possibly
Spyro
be.
and shit.
Honestly,
Ratchet
from the
and
demo,
Clank.
I think this has potential to be a really, really good game. The control scheme is novel, to say the least. Like, it is definitely taking it a step beyond press A to do the next thing in the climbing. And I think that that's good. I'm excited to play the entire length of it. Don't Nod is a developer that just really does not
Looks cool.
want you to predict what
Looks
they're
different.
going to do next. Jusant is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC October 31st. At number 9 is Sonic Superstars. which kind of looks like the game that's going to break the 2.5D Sonic curse, in that it looks like they just decided to make a game that completely handles like a 2D Sonic that
You hated
looks
the
like
Insane
a 3D
trilogy?
2.5D
Well, they fucked up the-
thing.
they fucked
We've
up the
got physics,
remaster,
we've got
so.
momentum, we've got evidence.
I
that
played
this
the- I
plays
played the remasters,
much more
it's not like the
Sonic
original.
Mania than Sonic the Hedgehog 4, except for we've got 4-player co-op
So,
now, which is great.
I can feel you on
Honestly,
that.
What a great idea. If this thing lands the way we want it to land, this is probably the best possible idea for another 2D Sonic game after Sonic Mania. And if it's good and is commercially successful, I would guess this is the path going forward on the 2D end of Sonic. It definitely brings stuff into the game that I wouldn't have expected, while retaining a
It looks cool. It
familiarity
looks good.
that is exactly what you want in 2D Sonic.
I'd play
I don't know
this.
how both Sega and Nintendo basically came up with the same idea to do to their mainline platformers at the same time. I don't know. Maybe they decided like one called up the
Yeah,
other.
the
like,
remaster's
you
dog.
want everybody to think we're still doing
Spyro
the mascot
remaster's really
war?
good.
I don't know. But in terms of somebody like myself that loves both Super Mario World and the Sega Genesis Sonic the Hedgehog games, this is a good month. Sonic Superstars landing on the PlayStations, the Xboxes, Nintendo Switch, and PC October 17th. And number 8 is Ghost Runner 2.
Yeah, it looks good.
I don't know if you played the original Ghost Runner. It wasn't a huge title, but it is a great title. Back when it came out, I kind of compared it to if Mirror's Edge was a lot more violent. There is a demo if you're interested in playing that. It really takes the first game and builds on it. And
I
also
really wanna
adds a
play this now.
motorcycle. And the motorcycle is awesome. Seriously, if you haven't given Ghost Runner 2 a shot just in the demo, it's a perfect demo for the game. It's one level, levels broken up into your Ghost Runner stuff, things that you would remember from
Sonic
the first
is
game.
really awesome.
Little more open, little more choice, more options, things that you can do to get to the end. Also, it looks better than the first. And then you hit the motorcycle and it's nuts. Ghost Runner 2 is landing on the PS5, the Xbox Series,
What?
and Windows October 26th.
Oh, that looks
and
sick.
Number 7 is Alan Wake 2.
Yeah,
if
we're playing
you
this.
are anything like me,
We're playing
you
Alan Wake.
love Remedy Entertainment.
We're buying
Control
it.
is fantastic. The Alan Wake DLC really wet your whistle for this, and it's time. Now, Alan Wake 2 looks like it ramps up the survival horror pretty significantly compared to the first game, which is fine because that's kind of what everybody wanted the first game to be. I mean, Alan Wake is a freaking classic, but it is a little janky, and Remedy has really ramped up what they're capable of in the following decades. I mean, Control is a masterpiece. I fully expect Alan Wake 2 to be the exact same thing. There's some major differences here. You got two protagonists for one, and everything else that ensues, I'm just really excited for. I love Alan Wake. I love Remedy. I love Control. I'm excited to see how the Remedy connected universe continues to develop. Alan Wake 2 is
what I
landing
know,
on the
right?
PS5.
Just give me new
Xbox
maps. Give me some
Series,
new
and
maps. Give me
PC,
the
October
unreleased
27th.
Titans that I know that they
And
have.
number 6 is EA Sports
And I'll be good.
UFC 5, which they're most specifically boasting about its new damage model. I don't really know a whole lot about it, if I'm completely honest. I do know that it's been a while since UFC 4 came out in 2020, and I'll say it's definitely time for a refresh. This is a great
Ooh.
series. It goes back a ways, and UFC 4 is a pretty fun game. If I'm completely honest, the fact that it's not a yearly title, I think is part of why UFC 5 is something I even want to play. It has established itself as a series that iterates when it's time, and that's great. I want more of that, honestly. I don't need to play the same game every
Exactly.
year. Like, give me something new. And here,
So he
we
could-
got a new
They
damage
had
model.
planned on making
It looks
another game where,
incredible. It's a next-gen only game.
Rampart
It's
from
coming to
Apex
PS5,
rebuilds
Xbox
BT.
Series, and hopefully eventually
But they
PC,
scrapped
although
it.
nothing's confirmed about that yet. It's landing on the 27th, though. Excited to play
Bang.
it. And number 5 is Super Mario Brothers Wonder. I mentioned this during the Sonic Superstars point. I don't know how it seems like these two companies decided to do the same thing with their mascots the same month, but I'm not going to complain. Here we got a 4-player co-op
yeah.
Super Mario Brothers game, which I'll say this,
It
it's
looks
not
good.
the first time they've done that. They have a little bit more of a background of doing the 4-player co-op, but one should be able to root that influence back to how Sonic added Tails. So there's always been a back and forth between these two titles, and
It
I'm
looks
really
good.
excited that we get one from both of them, and they look like the best possible version of those things. This is a visually stunning
right?
2D
Exactly. He's
Mario
still out there.
side-scroller, and it also looks like they're actually coming up with a bunch of new original ideas for it. I am really excited to play it, and the Sonic game. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is landing on Nintendo Switch. I will be playing it on October 20th.
It looks good.
At number 4 is Cities Skylines 2. Now, Sim City is a game I used to play the hell out of. My favorite is actually the Super Nintendo one. And there's never really been anything quite like that that's ever come out since. However, Sim City overall deteriorated pretty significantly, and Cities Skylines kind of became its spiritual successor and holds the current crown. The first Cities Skylines is a fantastic game, and Cities Skylines 2 apparently expands on everything.
That looks kind of
from
nuts, to be honest.
transportation to construction. A lot more fine-tuning is apparently present in this game. Also, they've added a technology tree for the development of technology within your society. There's some pretty cool
There was a
ideas
mission
here.
where he
I'm definitely
uploaded
going to be
something
playing
that
this
goes
one,
into all
not because I think
timelines
it's
in
going to
Titanfall. So,
give me the feeling
like,
that Super
he's
Nintendo
out
Sim
there
City did
technically,
way back
yeah.
in the day, but because it's the rightful heir at this point. This is the city simulator. It's the best one, and they've improved it from it looks pretty systemically. I'm excited. It's coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC on October 24th. At number 3 is Detective Pikachu Returns, a sequel to the 3DS game, which inspired, frankly, one of the best video game movies ever made. Basically, it's an adventure game. It's very different from Pokemon, but it's a hell of a lot of fun. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the world of Detective Pikachu, it's hilarious. Just hearing Pikachu talk. And finally, at number 1, perhaps one of the heaviest of heavy hitters possible, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is landing, and wow, do I want to play it. I mean, this month is insane. Seriously, there's so many things that I want to play desperately bad. I am so excited for the games this month. Spider-Man 2 is gonna be one of the best superhero games ever made, period. It's the sequel to the previous one of the best superhero games ever made, and it builds on it in every conceivably good way. It seems to take everything about the original and Miles Morales and turns it into one much bigger game. And it's not just bigger, there's a lot more new mechanics. The story looks like it's much more interesting. And the suits, my friends, the suits. You don't have to pay for the suits. When you ask where my super suit is, it's just in the menu, unlockable after playing the game.
That's
I love
sick.
Insomniac's Marvel's Spider-Mans. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is coming to the PlayStation 5 on October 20th. Be there or be square. Couple of bonus games for you.
I don't have
Firstly,
PS5.
Hellboy Web of the Word, a highly stylized action brawler roguelike. Honestly, a really novel looking approach to a game. I don't know, there's a lot of variables in this game, especially it's a procedurally generated roguelike. Like, it's just a collection of variables, actually. But still, it looks interesting. It's one of those games where it's kind of like, I kind of need to play this to fully understand what's going on here. But hey, it's a roguelike beat 'em up.
This
Bring
looks
it. It's coming to
really
the PlayStations,
awesome.
the Xboxes, Nintendo Switch, and PC October 4th. And finally, Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. I don't really know what to say about this other than it's every Metal Gear Solid game that matters except for Metal Gear Solid 4. And that isn't a huge criticism, but I would like to play Metal Gear Solid 4 somewhere other than the PlayStation 3 and not emulate it on the PC with a bunch of setup and messing around with that whole mess. Also, Metal Gear Solid 5 isn't in this collection, but that makes sense too. Maybe Volume 2 is going to be 4 and 5. We can dream, right? This looks like a very good version of the collection up till then. I'm looking forward to
that
playing
new
it. It's
Hellboy
playing on
game looks
PlayStation,
really
the
cool.
Xboxes, Nintendo Switch, and PC on October 24th. That's all for today. Leave us
Ooh,
a
that would
comment.
be
Let us
sick.
know what you think. If you like this
But there's
video, click
rumors
like.
that we're getting
If you're
a
not
wall
subscribed,
running
now's a
map
great
in
time to do
season
so. We upload
23
brand
at
new videos.
Apex, and that they're supposed to be bringing a bunch of maps from Titanfall into Apex. So I think they're slowly going to turn Apex into Titanfall 3, and they're just going to be one big thing. I truly do. That's what I think. That's what I think. But that's just my opinion. But it makes sense that that's what would happen. You know what I mean? Because I found a bunch of stuff in Apex about Titanfall 2. Like, they found a bunch of maps and shit. Like, why would they have all the maps? They had literally every single map from Titanfall 2 in the Apex files. Why would they do that? What's the point? You know, unless they're gonna bring those maps in, we're gonna get a big old crossover. It must be stopped. The plague of unfinished games. That's crazy. Yeah, I know that the map for Apex Legends was on was in Reddit. Like they found the map for Apex Legends on Reddit in 2016. So it makes sense. Yo, I see you on YouTube hitting those fucking hearts and fucking faces. I see you out there. I really enjoy both games. I just think Titanfall's better in every way. MD, what's up, man? Was that you? Was that you fucking smashing? Yeah, that's you. That's you, isn't it? I see that. It comes up across my screen on my other monitor. It goes all the way up the side. Yeah, I can see that shit. It's just like all the way up my screen. It's kind of funny. They just added that not too long ago, to be honest. Like a couple months ago. How did you finish all your homework, there, bruh? You finished all that shit, bruh? I did, dude. Thank you. I did. Dude, we're flying right now. I'm so grateful. I'm extremely grateful that I'm even over that I even had fucking 20 subs, bro. To be honest. Like, even 20 people care. Even 20 people want to watch my shit in some form of fashion. Whatever I'm posting, they want to watch something that I'm at least posting, huh? That's crazy. I'm a nerd. Yeah, they were working on it for an entire year, I guess. They were working on it for an entire year, and then they were like, nah. But you got to remember, like, Apex has 440,000 people playing it every day, just on Steam. So like, there's no reason to make another Titanfall right now when Titanfall's only got 22,000 people like max right now. And that's just because the servers were fixed. Before they were fixed, it was less than 1,000. It was like 1,000 people. What is it?
Less than 2 miles away from Walt Disney World in Central Florida sat a theme park being touted as Orlando's only cultural park. It was called Splendid China, and across 76 acres, it brought the history of China in the form of miniatures, shows, and restaurants to Florida. But since its opening in the early 1990s, the park was plagued by controversy and low attendance, ultimately closing for good just a decade later. But that wasn't the end of the story. What's up, guys? My name is Jake, and in this 81st episode of Abandoned, we're going to take a look at this controversial theme
If they announced that they're working on Titanfall 3 right now, it would do wonders.
Giants, and one that was ultimately left.
Like, what if they already have it done and it's just chilling? You never know. What if they cold drop it? I'll lose my shit. I'll fucking shit right now, dude.
This episode is sponsored by Nebula. Get a monthly, annual,
Oh,
or
shit
lifetime
right now, dude.
membership by clicking the link in the description below. It's 1989, and the splendid China miniature scenic spot opened in the city of Shenzhen, not too far from Hong Kong. It was the largest outdoor miniature theme park in the world, and one that was built by the Chinese Tourism
But
Service, or CTS.
The problem is right now you got a lot of creators that are sitting online. A lot of Titanfall creators sitting online right now, making 10-minute long videos that have like the thumbnail will literally and the title will be like Titanfall 3 confirmed, and it's like, and then they sit there and they tell you fucking nothing. It's like, dude, no, it's not. Just fucking enjoy the game that we have right now. Enjoy Apex if you enjoy it, and we'll see what happens. Can't wait for the new Skate game. I can't. Me either. I was playing Skate 3 on my PS emulator not too long ago, but it's like real janky.
The People's Republic of China had an ownership stake in. It told the history of China through handcrafted miniatures and was an immediate success with over 3.5 million visitors. Frank and Josephine Chen were two of those visitors. The Chen family lived in Central Florida, and as entrepreneurs in the States, owned a considerable amount of land near Walt Disney World. They had already been successful developers.
They
with
just
their
give you
large
hope,
hosting project
100%,
called
bro.
Formosa
I'm holding
Gardens.
on to. I'm just gonna
But
hold
they
on
wanted
to it.
Do something even
I'm gonna
more
cradle my
noteworthy,
fucking
like
smart
building
pistol,
their
my
very
grapple.
own theme park, just like the one they saw. in
Skate 3 was
China.
so good,
the
bro.
Chens decided to
Halo
partner
3 was
up
my
with the
most played game on
CTS
Xbox 360.
and go in on a joint venture to bring.
But I
that
really
miniature
enjoy
theme
Skate
park
3. They
to
have,
Florida and build it on their own land. In December of 1991,
If you have Game
the
Pass
Chen's
on
son,
Xbox,
George,
or
announced
even
the
not,
project,
and you still own
stating
Skate
to
3,
the
you can play.
Orlando
You
Sentinel
can play it
that
on
the
Xbox, the new
Florida Splendid
Xbox.
China would be an outdoor educational
didn't like Halo? It's not for
museum
everybody.
and isn't looking to compete with Disney or any other local attraction.
I don't believe anything,
Rather
MD.
complement them, as this was believed to be an enriching
believe
and
shit anymore.
educational experience.
But I will say this is that last year they found like a year and a half ago for Apex, they found there was a massive dump in this leak. There was this massive leak where they found like a bunch of shit that like was like lining out the next couple years of Apex and what was supposed to be happening. And around season 23, they're supposed to have Titanfall stuff. And right now we're in season 19, so we're getting kind of close, but it's still like a year away. So who fucking knows? But yeah, and so far everything in that leak since before now has been true. So, you know, like if that's been true, that's the only thing I believe. That's the only thing I go off of.
Breaking soon began later.
You were a
that
Gears
week,
guy?
and
Gears
through
was
the
sick,
next
though.
24 months, 120
That
Chinese
makes sense
artisans
because
were
everybody was
brought
either
in
split
to
down the
craft
middle. You're either a
thousands of
Gears
miniatures.
person or a Halo
Over
person
$40
in high school.
million would be spent on just these displays.
I did
From
like
the
Gears, though.
2,600
I wasn't good at the
Great
multiplayer
Wall
like I
of
was
China,
Halo. Halo
made
was
from over
baller.
6 million small bricks to hand-painted works of art crafted with ancient techniques. By December of 1993, the 76-acre splendid China
I
Florida
played 1,
was
2, 3,
finished and ready for its
and
grand opening. While the final construction
the
cost
newest
was
one.
disputed by
little bit.
management, estimations put it at around $100 million, or around $211
But
million
with Gears, I love
today.
Bulletstorm.
The
I love
park opened
Bulletstorm.
as a pretty
That was a
interesting
good game.
concept. At
Fun.
its core, it was a very high-budget outdoor miniature park. And to give them credit, the models were extremely well done and clearly had a lot of time and effort put into them. The models displayed China's 5,000-year-long history with key events and environments that represent
Same.
those periods in time.
So
And
did
they
I.
were authentically
I
recreated.
got a
and
PlayStation
did
3.
A pretty decent
I
job
never
at
went back.
telling the history of China.
And then I did go
at
back
least the more
for the next
clean version
generation.
for an American
I got a
audience.
PlayStation
Guests
4,
could
and then I
view some of
traded
the
it in and got an
highlights,
Xbox.
like the Great Wall of China, the Jin Ancestral Temple, the 20-foot-tall Luzon Buddha statue, and the tomb of the terracotta soldier.
I'm getting Apex back if
along
they
with
come,
many,
yeah.
many more. Around
I'll
60
play.
in
I'll be
total.
playing more
While there were
Apex
no
if
rides,
they
the
bring
park
Titanfall
would
stuff.
feature
But
some
why?
live
I wouldn't even
entertainment,
need to. I can
hosted
just play
in two
Titanfall right
different
now.
theaters, showcasing
I like Apex
martial
though. I have
arts
it.
and
I play
impressive
it,
acrobatics.
but it's not the
Along
same
with
for
the
me anymore.
massive miniature grounds.
Yeah, I
there
got a
was also
PlayStation 4. I got
Chinatown,
PlayStation 4. I got a
faithful
Switch, and I got
recreation of
PC.
an
I used to have an
authentic
Xbox.
Chinese market. This area was actually free to enter and featured various shops where you can buy handmade goods from the park's in-house
My Switch is
artisans,
sitting right
along
here.
with a
It's
bunch
covered
of
in
other
dust.
authentic merchandise.
Look at that.
Additionally, there were 4 separate restaurants.
It literally
all
says
in different
"Wash Me"
styles
from
of
like
Chinese
2 weeks
cuisine.
ago when I
For the
fucking made a
children,
clip.
a small park was built, as well as an animatronics show built by Sally
Dying Light's a good game.
The whole experience would be topped off by a pleasant evening
I enjoyed
atmosphere,
Dying
and on
Light.
select
I haven't played the
nights, a
second one
fireworks
yet.
show. All of this tied together a pretty decent experience, and after its grand opening, many praised the park for its unique level of cultural immersion and attention to detail. Originally, George Chen had anticipated 1 million visitors a year, with a ticket price of $23 a person. Now, in fairness, the success of the Chinese-based park showed precedence, and with the success of miniature parks over in Europe, well, this was promised to be a hit with families looking for some cultural entertainment, as well as a natural draw for Chinese tourists vacationing in Orlando. In reality, though, by the end of 1994, the park was only getting between 700 and 1,000 visitors through the gates per day. That worked out to be around 300,000 people for the whole year. That's pretty far off from their 1 million guests prediction, and even lower than some regional parks like Gatorland. This was due to
Gatorland's sick, bro. You ever been to Gatorland, guys? Gatorland's amazing.
Even before its opening. In fact, Splendid China
First
was
one
a
was better,
very
but that's just
controversial
nostalgia
theme park
talking.
to open.
I
and
haven't
many
played the second
people
one. I
came
want to
out
though.
Against its operation.
I was a huge
The main
Dead Island
criticism
fan too.
came from Tibetan community leaders in the area, who said the park was whitewashing history. See, within Splendid China was a replica of Potala Palace, the place where the Dalai Lama was exiled from back in the late 1950s. This was after a decades-long invasion of Tibet that resulted in millions of their often peaceful people killed. It was now being praised as a significant Chinese landmark. So, understandably, the Tibetan people were very offended by this theme park.
MD, I'm telling you.
China's long history of human rights violations.
PlayStation's
and was
cool
built
and all,
here to present an
and
inaccurate
like you'll be
pro-Chinese
satisfied,
depiction of
but
their
like
history.
PC
People from
man,
Mongolia,
ain't nothing
Taiwan,
like
and
it, bro.
Eastern
It'll just be more
Turkestan
expensive.
Also took issue with the park, claiming that it continues the oppression their people had seen from China for decades. Americans were also sensitive to the park, seeing it as a form of propaganda and a way to brainwash the youth. The Tiananmen Square protests were fresh in people's minds at the time, and it made sense that some people were hesitant to trust something that was built as a self-described physical brochure on why you should visit China, especially when the company behind it was in part funded by the government. Not long after the park opened, the Chen seemed to have had enough. And with conflicting viewpoints on how to run an amusement enterprise, they decided to sell their ownership stake to their development partner, the Chinese Tourism Service. The Chens continued to develop the nearby land, though.
Yeah, it's been so long since I played the first one. Dude, I gotta piss again.
And selling it to the CTS. They also built a shopping plaza just a few feet down the road from Splendid China. This shopping village was actually totally themed inside and out, a complementing structure to the theme park down the road. But with the ownership now fully in the hands of the CTS, local leaders continued their protests. When the local paper asked the park's spokesperson about their relationship with the Chinese government, the spokesperson alluded to the fact that they didn't know the company was partially owned by the government, but later dismissed any serious involvement from them. By 1995, a group called Teachers Against Splendid China was formed, a group of teachers opposed to letting schools set up field trips to the park. Now, there was some opposition to this, claiming that ridding school field trips here would disallow some children's only opportunity to see at least replicas of some of the world's wonders. The organization ultimately got their way, though, as in late 1995, all Pinellas County field trips were banned.
Yeah, isn't he like evil in the second one, kinda?
This put another dent in the already struggling theme park, one that had been suffering from low attendance.
I would just keep saving, MD.
To combat this,
I saved,
Splendid China
and it worked.
opened
Now
another
I'm fucking
theater
sitting.
and upped their live performances, including ones that featured
Sit
exotic
fag, I got my
animals.
glass off right now
They also
because
introduced seasonal events
I like it
and
breathing
increased
more,
their
but yeah.
marketing budget with a
We
$200,000
chilling, bro.
digital sign on Highway
Look at all the wires,
102.
though.
The CTS also announced
is
their
like
intentions to
the setup
develop
right
some
now. I
of
got
the
the TV.
300 acres owned by the Chens, which
I got
could
the
include
desk.
an expansion of
Oh
hotel
my
rooms
God.
and timeshares.
PC.
This would never materialize. Despite all of this,
Got my
the park
interface.
continued to suffer from poor attendance.
The rest of the room is
Reporter
completely
Mike Thomas
empty,
put it in the
except
most
for this
brutal
corner.
terms when he wrote in a 1998 Orlando Sentinel article saying, quote, "If you don't like crowds, if you don't like small gatherings,
I would Google
if you don't
Seattle
like parties of
Orca
two,
people.
This is your kind of place.
Seattle Orca
Splendid
PC
China,
or something like that.
Florida's forgotten theme park. By the millennium,
And if you do that,
attendance was
you'll come
still
across
suffering.
some company
Now down
that
to
is really
200
good
to
at
300 visitors a day,
payment plans and
or
shit.
around
They do good payment
90,000
plans with people.
a year. Things were really bad, and it was reported that Splendid China was losing around $9 million a year. The park's president openly stated that they would consider selling the park if an appropriate offer was made. Apparently, there were a few bids, but nothing concrete. It was clear by now that the CTS wanted out of their Orlando theme park, and with the relentless pressure of debt and controversy, Splendid days seemed numbered. Apparently, there was also infighting. For years, the Chinese management clashed with the American park operations staff on how the park should be run. It seemed as though the Chinese corporate side of the business just didn't understand the American tourism market, and because of that, Splendid's president let the park fall into disrepair. In fact, that president was even sent back to China due to his gross mismanagement of funds.
Oh shit.
The tourism downturn following 9/11 didn't help things, and after several different
Oh.
managers tried to turn the ship around, by this point, it was all over. On December 30th, 2003,
He's
the
not
park
in Dying Light
announced
other
that
than
they would
mentions?
close permanently, and a day later, the park shut its gates for the last time. Splendid China had only been open for 10 years. It was unknown as to what would happen with the park, as there was no official plan going forward, though I would imagine that the owners were hoping for a sale. Regardless, the theme park was left practically untouched and vacant after the gates had closed. By late 2004, the park held a large auction to try and get as much money out of the failed property. This included many of the miniatures that weren't already heavily damaged, mainly the Great Wall, which had been sold off in sections. Everything else was just left there to rot away. It didn't take long for people to start finding their way in and documenting the eerie state everything was left in. The following years saw a rapid decay of the miniatures.
That'd be a
and
cool
surrounding
skating
grounds.
spot, huh?
The hurricane season of 2004 caused some further damage, with the theaters torn up and the Chinatown street left in a surreal state of disrepair. The hotel that was also owned by the CTS
Do it
and
up.
attached to Splendid China was shuttered not long
'Cause,
after. By
PC's
2005,
the wave.
owners finally got their wish, as an investment company had purchased the park and their hotel, along with 366 acres of land, all for $40.2 million. They were only interested in the land itself and stated that they would hold on to it for a while and plan a larger development along 192. They had no intentions of reopening
I saw the
park
reveal
and
trailer.
stated that it would be demolished by 2008. Meanwhile, Splendid China continued to crumble. That 2008 timeline came and went, and while there was some development on the north end of the property on a small patch of vacant land, the recession likely halted any further development. From the air, you can actually see just how massive this parcel of land is. At the top, you can see the former plot of Splendid China, then everything else that's slated for development. Vandalism continued to get worse as a fire broke out in 2007, and the crumbling exhibits were now covered with graffiti. Police were regularly called in, and news spread on how this derelict theme park was now a haven for vandals, thieves, and skateboarders. The buildings within had been absolutely ravaged over time, with the Florida foliage overtaking the vast miniature areas. The whole thing looked like a strange, massive wasteland of models. A few more years would pass until 2013, a full decade after the park had closed. It was then where developers finally got going with their project and announced the demolition of the remaining structures on their
Finally,
land,
huh?
those being the old hotel and what was left of the Splendid China theme park. By this point, the site was in rough condition, with graffiti covering the heavily vandalized structures
That was a
and the
dick.
beautifully hand-painted murals. It was all a surreal post-apocalyptic state of a Chinese land at 1/15th the scale. In mid-2013, demolition
No problem, man.
finally
We'll be
began,
here.
and by the end of the year, just a few structures and the perimeter wall would remain. Everything else was turned into mounds of rubble, barely distinguishable from what they used to be. The former entrance would be blocked off by some of the defaced stone heads, which really just showed how far this property had fallen. A few more years would pass until 2016, when serious construction got going. It was announced that a massive hotel and condo development would occupy much of the 300 acres of land. This was later unveiled to be the Margaritaville
volatiles were
Resort Orlando,
crazy.
and its
I
size
hated
was
those.
impressive, consisting of a 186
That's insane. No
room
one's gonna
hotel,
go there.
451 cottages, 212 villas, as well as a shopping district and a water park. Splendid China's footprint was completely graded over by 2017. Today, the site has been completely built upon with the cottages portion of the Margaritaville Resort. The failure of Splendid
Wow,
China,
they're
Florida
actually
is
doing
really
that?
not that hard to believe. While it was a very detailed series of quality exhibits, and in some ways bringing true Chinese culture to Orlando, it was also just that. Just a few self-guided miniatures through the history of a far-off land. Unlike European tourists, which developers had cited as a gauge of interest, Americans vacationing in Orlando just weren't all that interested in something as education-heavy and frankly as dry as this
I'm
was.
definitely not.
The vibrant shows did help, but without any actual rides, the park was always going to struggle to lure over tourists from Disney, some of which were already getting their perceived cultural fix at Epcot's World Showcase. The fact is, people vacationing in Orlando don't want to go learn about some other country for an entire afternoon, especially when it involves them walking out in the hot Florida sun through some miniatures. That, coupled with a high ticket entry price and the never-ending controversy, just put Splendid China in a never-ending fight for survival. And it was a big fall from grace. Its $100 million construction cost sank to just $12.8 million in appraised value by 2003. It was, by all accounts, a massive failure. Today, though, there really isn't much left. The most prominent structure left is the What's up, guys? My name is Jake, and welcome to Abandoned, episode 61.
Fuck this shit, I'm
if
out.
you've watched my videos
Fuck
for some
this
time
shit,
now,
I'm
or
out.
if you have an overall interest in abandoned entertainment locations, then you're likely familiar with some of the most popular places like Disney's
Reminds me
River
of the
Country
clickers from
or Six
fucking
Flags
Last of
New
Us, bro.
Orleans,
That shit
close
always
to starting
scared
on
me.
July 6th. But there's always been one major location seemingly always forgotten about. It was an expensive and recent escapade set out by a team of theme park veterans under the iconic Hard Rock Cafe name. What they ended up building was a massive theme park in the tourist-heavy destination of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. However, behind the scenes,
Speaking of being scared, we're gonna be playing The Evil Within here in October. So I'm gonna be making thumbnails soon. We're gonna be figuring it all out, and it's gonna be fucking scary, man. I don't play scary games, and definitely look out for that for me screaming like a fucking bitch.
Complex and contentious
That's all I
financial
gotta say.
battle was occurring. So devastating, in fact, that this Hard Rock theme park closed after being open for just under a year.
Oh.
This is insane, and the more I look into it, the more I just can't believe how much went wrong. So today, join me as I break down for you what happened here and how a huge theme park was abandoned just a few miles away
That
from
baseball
the
field on the
beaches
side
of
of it?
South Carolina. This episode of Abandoned is sponsored by Morning. Perfect for developing a tourist attraction, confident he could draw tourists away from the beaches. So, with the help of other investors and local landowners themselves,
Yeah,
John
right?
spearheaded a new development named
I
Fantasy
can't play
Harbor,
scary games
a
unless I got
master
people
plan
with me.
development where a theme park would become the centerpiece. It was themed after the 4 seasons of a year, with each land divided up into those 4. The Summer Bay land was planned to incorporate John's struggling theater. With a pretty detailed concept in hand, the team approached industry veteran Steve Goodwin to secure financing. But due to the park's lack of intellectual property, the generic rides had proven not to be enough of a draw for investment. So after approaching many of the major entertainment companies, only MGM showed interest. A master plan was then drawn to incorporate the brand into their concept drawings. But with little copyright ownership useful for a theme park, the scope of the brand was limited, and essentially it was back to the drawing boards. Rather abruptly, though, John came up with an idea for a theme park to be based entirely around music, something that had never been done before. One of his colleagues tied in with the project had previously worked with Hard Rock International to build their hotels and famous cafes. According to Josh Young at Theme Park University, who has brilliantly documented the story, it turns out that the vice president of Hard Rock franchise operations was literally
80
John's
volatiles in
next
one
door
area?
neighbor in Celebration, Florida. The two
One
soon
room.
met,
Oh
and
my
just a
God,
few
dude, I would
months
never play
later,
again.
a licensing deal was secured
I would
with
never play
Hard
that game
Rock
again, dude.
International to build the
Like,
now
that's it, I'm
named
done.
Hard Rock
Uninstall.
Park in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The park was now being designed specifically with Hard Rock in mind, shaping this into 4 distinct lands, all based around the lake in the middle. Surrounding it would be classic rock, cool country, world rhythms, and Born in the USA. It was 2003
Sounds
and
terrible.
major planning continued, as did the raising of the
Sounds
necessary
terrible. That
funds,
sounds like a
not
terrible
only to
park,
pay
guys.
Hard Rock for their licensing fees, but to actually build the park. Ultimately, it was the neighboring properties that raised the $2.5 million necessary for Hard Rock's branding, and the general funding for construction and loan payments was secured by a private investment firm out of New York. Cunningham and Morris Architects, a longtime architectural collaborator with the Hard Rock brand, was brought in, and the theme park idea was expanding even further. Through the same year, Hard Rock was planning other theme park locations around the world, including one in Texas, which would have also included a Hard Rock water park, and an enormous entertainment complex somewhere
I just feel like making amusement.
The Texas one particularly was commissioned by Hard Rock themselves. However, both of these projects never followed through, and it was down to just the park in Myrtle Beach to become the
is a
first
terrible fucking
brand
idea.
theme park.
Amusement.
By 2006,
Amusement.
the total budget combined was now raised
Amusement
to
park.
$400 million.
Sounds terrible, dude.
And with schematics and a finalized park layout, construction
Those
soon
schematics look like
commenced in
shit.
2007. Now, $400 million seems like a lot of money, and it is. But really, that's still considered a small amount for a theme park. With that being said, Hard Rock Park, despite its branding, was going to be a completely private enterprise. One of very few ever attempted in America, especially in recent times. The most notable one for me, of course, is Jazzland in New Orleans. But John and his team for the project were hoping for a much better outcome in Myrtle Beach. Construction moved along quickly, eventually rolling into early 2008
I have the
when the
enhanced
facility was finally finished both under budget and a month early. The theme park soft opened through this time until finally, on June 2nd, 2008, the culmination of over half a decade of work had finally paid off when Hard Rock Park officially opened to the public. With a big opening and lots of people coming through the gates to see what America's newest major theme park was like, what the majority of guests realized was that this was a pretty great experience. Hard Rock Park had now evolved its attractions and lands into 6 distinct areas by opening day. These included All Access Entry Plaza, Lost in the 70s, Rock and Roll Heaven, British Invasion, Born in the USA, and Cool Country. After walking down the entrance plaza, a cleverly angled path would open up to reveal the existing lake and the park's icon at the other end, a neon-lit, 90-foot-tall electric guitar. This certainly set the mood, as when you walked around the lake and found yourself in these distinct lands, key attractions would catch your eye, like the towering Led Zeppelin The Ride, the slippery When Wet water ride, and the Eagles Life in the Fast Lane, all thrilling attractions. The park also boasted many award-winning shows, including one inside John's former theater, now incorporated and rethemed into the Cool Country area. What the park perhaps lacked in rides, they made up for in theming and creativity. There was a good amount of wit and humor pumped into many of the aspects of the public areas that also had creative and quirky landmarks spread throughout. The theming had depth and care put into it, and it really did add to the overall fun atmosphere. The only thing seemingly missing was an actual Hard Rock Cafe. By the evening, guests would enjoy the Bohemian Rhapsody water and light show around the park's main lagoon, perfectly finishing off a day of fun, complete with some really cool visuals and a great incorporation of the park's landmark. They made great use of their available land too, making their small budget go a long way. Even the main dark ride, The Trip, created by Sally Dark Rides, was entirely housed within a portion of the existing abandoned mall on the land. That also meant there was potential for even further expansion with more uses for that mall, and other key areas of vacant land around the park, set aside for a prosperous future. However, that future was unknowingly about to be short-lived. As we've discussed all too much on this channel, 2008 was not a great year for new development. Hard Rock Park had a capacity for around 30,000 guests within the park. However, as a result of high gas prices, lower amount of spending for consumers, and a general decrease of tourism, the theme park began to see lower and lower attendance numbers. At opening, operating hours extended all the way to 1 a.m. each night, but now it only made sense to decrease those hours to 10 p.m. With critically low attendance, it was decided that after Labor Day 2008, Hard Rock Park would move to a weekend-only operating schedule. During some days, attendance was only 1,000 people a day, where it should have been around 10,000. With spending down as a whole for tourists, Hard Rock Park decided to set all admission prices to $50, including for children. They thought if they made one price across the board it would help, but it instead backfired. All of this was obviously a massive problem, and the park wasn't bringing in money. Certainly not enough for a much bigger issue they now had. The problem was the fact that the majority of investment into Hard Rock Park were loans. So when the economy began to take a nosedive in 2008, their interest rates on those multi-million-dollar loans for construction had skyrocketed. That's a deadly combination when little money is coming in the door to keep up with their ballooning interest rates. Money was flying off their books and thrusted the park into severe debt with no cash reserve in place since it had literally just opened. The owners were put into an extremely difficult situation and ultimately saw no way out. Hard Rock Park closed its gates permanently on September 24th, 2008, just 3 months and 22 days since its grand opening. After the closure, the company declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Initially, they had hopes of reopening, but soon announced they would instead liquidate the park by selling it off in bankruptcy court. By December, the property was put up for auction with the stipulation of a minimum price of $35 million, along with proof of competence in operating and running a business of this nature. Ultimately, the courts accepted a $25 million bid from a company named FPI MB Entertainment LLC. While they had the choice to keep the Hard Rock's name attached, they instead decided to entirely rebrand the facility, citing Hard Rock's name wasn't family-oriented enough and that it had a bad connotation with guests. So in April, sticking with the music theme of the park, they had unveiled their new name, Freestyle Music Park. Their plan was to ever so slightly change key elements about the park, including the names of each land, drifting it away from rock and roll and more to all genres of music. A key point they made was also the inclusion of a kids area. Overall though, the bones of Hard Rock Park remained in place. The new owners, however, were insistent on the prospect of a bright future for this property, and even stated that this would be the first of a worldwide expansion of the Freestyle Park brand. Yeah, okay. However, issues already began with the previous owners of Hard Rock Park filing a lawsuit to these new owners over what they claimed was copyright infringement, since MB Entertainment was changing so little and they were essentially just planning to operate the former park to their game. But still, undeterred, they claimed they were in this for the long haul.
So we're going to do everything we can to make the park viable this summer, and I mean, we're in this for the long haul.
Freestyle Music Park ultimately opened on May 23rd, 2009, at just $40 for admission, with many promotions over the summer. After one full season, the park closed for the winter on September 14th, 2009, with a lower than expected attendance for the season. To add on top of this poor financial year, the company began receiving lawsuit filings to an almost comical amount. MB Entertainment had seemed to have pissed off a lot of people with their operations, receiving suits from contractors who claimed they weren't paid for their work, investors and creditors who loaned money, local governments, and even BMW for their use of trademarks in the park. Altogether, there were over 17 lawsuits filed, seeking millions of dollars in payment. Despite this, the owners assured everyone would be paid. Yet, by April of 2010, they claimed they didn't have any money left. This sent the property into a foreclosure as their mortgage on the park was unpaid, with the interest gaining around $10,000 a day. By now, grass and weeds had been peeking through the ever-growing cracks in the parking lot. Weathering and rust was now showing up on the buildings dotted around the park, a seemingly obvious sign of neglect that was taking a foothold on the idle grounds. business. The 2010 season should have already started by now, and with MB Entertainment claiming they were aggressively seeking out new investors to get the gates open, it never came. With the management company who owned them collapsing in on themselves, the land defaulted to the formal mortgage owner run by a Russian businessman who had ties with MB Entertainment. The whole thing is confusing and of course sparked even more lawsuits, but the gist was that they didn't have any money to reopen. As a number of years passed and several campaigns to raise money by other organizations failed, Freestyle Music Park sat abandoned, waiting for someone to come in and save the property, or get radical with their assets. By 2013, the owners of Freestyle decided they might as well extract as much value as possible from the property since the land wasn't selling. It was reported in November that a number of the rides had gone up for sale and were eventually sold soon after. One by one, rides began to be dismantled and shipped out across the world by summer of 2014, now leaving Freestyle with no future. By 2016, all rides of value had been removed and sold, along with whatever was valuable in the buildings, as all the theaters and ride stations were torn down and dismantled. Security was still on the premises and actively caring for the park, one that now only had small buildings standing and the bones of a once thriving and colorful theme park. As rumors of a Chinese company seeking to develop the site fizzled away, the park remained abandoned with no legitimate development on the horizon. On December 30th, 2018, however, the land was finally sold to a developer named Bishop Parkway LLC. Apparently, that company was in partnership with Myrtle Beach's former mayor, who claimed he wasn't sure what to do with the land and also claimed it would not be a theme park. But while these very slow land transfers took place, what was on the actual land was suffering. The Hard Rock turned Freestyle Music Park continued to sit as it was from 2016, a shell of its former self, only populated by its entrance plaza, the many shops and eateries, and the abandoned mall at the end of the property. As years passed, more and more people began finding their way in, and what was still standing very quickly began to show decay and vandalism. In just a few short years, the main street went from looking like this to just recently this. The level of destruction and decay is honestly astounding. The entire park looks like it's been in a war zone or part of some sort of apocalyptic event. But that's not to say there's nothing recognizable here. Unlike places like Geauga Lake, which had most of its trace removed, Hard Rock Park is still pretty intact, most notably with its entranceway, with the sign still hanging and the theming still in place. The pathways still reveal the guitar shape in the concrete, and several smaller buildings allude to its former attractions. Perhaps the largest building still standing, however, is the former abandoned mall, a portion used as the dark ride track, and the rest a gutted shopping center. The vast parking lot also still remains in place, a grand entrance for this unbelievable abandoned landscape, one that doesn't have much of a conclusive future ahead. 2019 is really the last time anything moved forward with redevelopment. The owner put out a call to rezone the property for other uses, including retail and housing. However, with no public updates since, it's not really known what will happen to the land. The 2020 pandemic is not really helping anything with attracting new investors, and on top of that, in April of 2021, the landowner, former mayor John Rhodes, had died, potentially bringing all future plans in his possession with him. Today, the park still stands abandoned and in horrible shape. The property itself is squished in between two churches and medieval times, it being the only entertainment facility which has survived on the land, and one which has seen the entire transformation of its adjacent neighbor. When I first began this video, I figured that Hard Rock Park was going to be some sort of faceless, vapid investment firm looking to create
Listen to this whole thing though. I can't believe someone else bought it and it still failed.
Turned out to be was so much more. It's honestly incredible that this all began with one man.
American Dream Mall? Ooh. Sabaton songs or McMahon or Bismarck Devil. Yeah, I got you. I'll be listening to those.
When you're visiting Orlando as a tourist, I would guess that your primary focus would be on Disney or Universal. Perhaps SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, or even Legoland might be on your list. Yet, if you haven't heard of Florida's most, well, Florida of theme parks, then I wouldn't blame you. Sitting a short drive away from Disney on Orange Blossom Trail, Gatorland is definitely one of those places that gives off Florida tourist trap vibes.
Been there, it's sick.
Yet, despite primarily being a zoological park that may appear as a cheap roadside attraction, it actually offers a really interesting experience that I would argue is worth going out of your way for.
It's cheap.
While other Orlando theme parks often suffer
If you
from
live in Florida, it's
overwhelming
$15.
crowds, Gatorland handles its capacity well, providing an experience that is simultaneously engaging, yet relaxing, and most importantly, pretty affordable. Today I would like to cover a bit of the history for this lesser-known Florida theme park, as well as providing a quick rundown of the different experiences that it currently offers. Of course, lesser-known zoological exhibits also tend to bring up ethical concerns about the treatment of animals when done for
You
profit.
live near Washington State?
So that's
Yeah, I live in
something I'll be
Florida.
covering as well.
So we go here all the time.
With that being said,
We love
let's
it.
explore Florida's wildest theme park and gator capital of the world, Gatorland. In 1936, but Gatorland is still one of the oldest attractions that Florida offers. Its origin begins with a man named Owen Godwin Sr., who grew up on a homestead along the Kissimmee River. As both a butcher and postmaster, Godwin attempted to bring in more money to his household by digging out an alligator pit in his backyard in the 1930s. Florida has a pretty significant history of trying to attract tourists to roadside attractions, as they would drive down through the state to reach the beaches. Godwin and his wife Pearl were no different, selling alligator products like keychains and belts from out of their house, and from there introducing visitors to an alligator and her babies sitting in their backyard pit. The ethics of this aside, the success of his attraction leads
That's
Godwin
cool.
to purchase 16 acres of land off of the highway in
That's sick.
Kissimmee in 1947, hoping
Always
to
wanted
present
to go to
Florida
Yellowstone.
wildlife in a naturalistic habitat and take advantage of a boom in state tourism post-World War II. Opening in 1949, Godwin and his family opened the Florida Wildlife Institute, which primarily features alligators and snakes. Feeling that the name wasn't exciting enough to draw in tourists, Godwin renamed the enterprise to both the Snake Village and the Alligator Farm in the 1950s, before finally settling on Gatorland in 1954. Still not seeing much success, Godwin would eventually purchase a 15-foot-long crocodile known as Bone Crusher, which he would put on display. In an effort to attract more visitors and attention, Godwin offered a $1,000 prize to anyone who owned a crocodile larger than his. While the acquisition of Bone Crusher did help with park attendance, the addition of other animals such as zebras in 1962 helped to eventually grow the attraction to a decent profit. However, early Gatorland doesn't give me the impression of being particularly ethical in its exploitation of animals or providing adequate enclosures and care standards. However, after Godwin Sr. passed in 1975, his family took over and evolved the park into a more naturalistic preserve, working with the University of Florida and the Florida Wildlife Commission starting in 1979 to assist with research on restoring alligator populations. If you know anything about Florida and alligators, then I'm sure you're also aware of how they became an endangered species in the 20th century and were almost hunted to extinction. Yet the species has recovered quite well, and was taken off of the endangered species list in 1987. It's obvious that the Godwin family played a large part in that recovery, so I think that they should be commended despite the earlier history of the park. In 1988, Gatorland would join with a neighboring property to become a 37-acre attraction and preserve, also evolving throughout the late 80s and 90s to become more educational.
Yeah!
While it still included flashy attractions for tourists like the Gator Jumperoo, a show introduced in 1983 that had alligators lunging out of the water for raw chicken, it would continue to expand on animal conservation and education for its guests right up until today.
It's really nice there. I like it. You get to feed them and stuff. I am stoned. Holy
When
shit.
first arriving at this attraction, you'll be greeted with the iconic alligator jaws that have been attracting visitors from the highway since 1962. With that being said, these are not the original, as the building that once featured the structure
Really? So
burned
it's like
down
a
in
lawless land.
2006. In 2008, the new gift shop and exit complex would open, recreating the iconic landmark and working to draw people in from the road. When entering Gatorland, visitors first wander into a boardwalk area, which was
Crazy.
part of the original
That's
complex.
dangerous.
Here they'll find live entertainment, food and drink, and of course, alligators.
Yep.
Personally, I find zoological exhibits to be underrated, and while I observed many people just briefly watching the gators and moving on, it's worth your time to really stay and watch.
They chill, dude. We chill
This
here.
area also includes
We just
the
watch
earlier
'em.
mentioned Gator Jumperoo in one of the larger pits, which can be entertaining for tourists in this show with mostly dated humor. Just a quick note, but if you enjoy the video, I'd like to ask a favor of just hitting the like button. I also encourage you to quickly subscribe while hitting the bell icon.
I'll
if
hit the
you
like
enjoy
button,
getting
but I
notifications
ain't fucking
of the
subscribing, bro.
aesthetic, drawing very obviously from historic Florida architecture and
That'll be
state
cool.
parks.
I've always wanted to go there.
Perhaps it's not as grand as what most theme parks are capable of delivering, but I appreciate the more intimate feel of a small park like this. Throughout Gatorland, visitors will find a number of exhibits that go beyond just the gators and feature a number of other animals as well. For example, the original pits where the crocodile Bone Crusher lived is now inhabited by his son, Bone Crusher II. Speaking of crocodiles, there's also an exhibit towards the back of the park that features various species of crocodiles
There's something
as well.
funny about World War II.
Other exhibits will include various birds, such as kookaburras, flamingos, and even an area where various species of parrots can be found in close proximity to the visitors. With all of this being said though, I last visited Gatorland in 2019 and noticed that some of the exhibits had been changed or are under refurbishment. For example, this area, which now just has a few cows, was once home to white-tailed deer, and the Florida Panther exhibit is currently under refurbishment. While I wouldn't consider the theming of Gatorland to be too prevalent, there are some enclosures that do manage to incorporate it in interesting ways, such as displaying alligators in a faux swamp town setting. Really though, the best theming that the park can offer is the natural swamps of Florida. For example, there's a boardwalk appropriately named the Swamp Walk, which acts as a preserve for Florida wildlife.
America stole a German Type
patience, you
9
can
sea
spot local
submarine,
birds,
stuck it
fish,
inside of a
insects,
Chicago,
and perhaps even raccoons.
Chicago Museum. That's kind of funny.
If you want a closer look at the gators in a more natural setting though, the park also
This is
offers
my
a
favorite
boardwalk
part right
in the
here,
center
dude.
called the
We
Breeding
just fucking grab the food that you can get and you just throw it
What's
in the
interesting
water.
about this area is how it has become one of the largest rookeries in Florida because of the prevalence of gators. According to the Gatorland website, alligators are beneficial to Florida water birds, and that they protect nests by keeping possums and raccoons away. Obviously, by providing a spacious but still dense area for the gators, it has become
They towed it
beneficial
through
in
Bermuda
protecting Florida
Triangle
birds as well,
just as a flex.
which you can find in abundance throughout the
Fucking
park.
Americans, huh?
Other than animal exhibits though, Gatorland offers a number of other attractions as well, ranging from various shows to an off-road adventure that takes riders through the swamps that feed the Florida Everglades, and even a small petting zoo. Another notable experience
zip
is the
line.
variety of zip lines found throughout
Yeah.
the park, which have visitors ziplining high in
Scary.
the air over the crocodile exhibits and the gator breeding marsh. Finally, the park features the Gatorland train, which has existed as an attraction that took riders through the park since 1965. Originally premiering as a working steam engine, it was retired in 2000 and is now electric, which still works as a form of transportation that provides scenic views. While Gatorland isn't your typical themed experience, it's distinct enough to have
the
evolved
Bermuda
beyond
Triangle
just a
is
lakeside
such an
attraction
interesting
and into a small
phenomenon.
theme park that offers a variety of different experiences.
I've always been interested
Yet,
in the
with
Bermuda
places like
Triangle.
this, it's easy to be wary due to the ethics of using animals for entertainment. So, how does Gatorland fare in this regard? The infamous 2020 Netflix documentary titled Tiger King sheds light into the horrible conditions exotic animals are often kept in. It has become increasingly apparent that collecting exotic animals isn't particularly difficult to do in the United States, and can be often passed off as educational, when it is in fact done with the intent to exploit them for profit. With that being said, one has to wonder if a place like Gatorland fits into this category. For example, I read criticism concerning the condition of the exhibits in the middle boardwalk, where many of the gators were often climbing over each other for a spot in the sun.
They always do that.
Yet, while the health and safety of animals is important, it's also advisable to be wary of people and organizations who are criticizing animal institutions when they themselves are often hyperbolic and looking for issues where none exist. I will readily admit that I know nothing about alligator care, but sticking a large volume of gators into an exhibit is often a pretty common practice, and isn't an issue to my knowledge. Furthermore, many of the various animals found throughout the exhibits looked healthy and well fed, and the exhibit maintenance was far better than most zoos I've been to.
That's nuts.
Another concern though would be the inclusion of animals in shows for
I ain't going there. I ain't going
which
to
I've
Bermuda
found
Triangle.
to be somewhat
And
dicey.
I think they
For
like
example, I
divert
don't
cruise
think there's
ships
anything
around it.
particularly wrong with having the alligators jump for meat at the jumperoo, but I did later walk by a theater where visitors could take photos while kneeling over a gator for a $10 fee. Accompanied by a handler, visitors were instructed to place their hands over the gator's snout, where tape had been wrapped to keep it from snapping at them. However, to my knowledge, while gators can have quite the powerful bite, it takes very little pressure to keep their jaws closed. While I do find taking photos with the gator to be a bit exploitative and distasteful, I did sit around and observe how it was handled. To my knowledge, the animal appeared to not be in any distress, and the handlers were careful to instruct people in such a way as to not cause it any harm. There was also a point where the gator attempted to move, and they let it finish moving to where it wanted, then dragging it gently and readjusting its legs into a natural position. This being said, I did later become aware that the theater hosts a show, which I missed, called Alligators Legends of the Swamp. Traditionally, alligator wrestling has been a part of Gatorland and other attractions that feature alligators in live shows, and while it appears that Gatorland no longer frames it this way, that's essentially what the show is. While the show does aim to be educational, it does require dragging an alligator out of the water for the demonstration, and then sitting on it until it gets tired enough to stop resisting. The gators don't appear to be physically harmed, though a study as recent of 2020 did find that these kind of performances are of course stressful to the animals. I have to say that
I
while
think
the
there's
animals
just like
did
an
seem to be
electromagnetic
well taken
field
care
out
of
there
throughout
that
the
fucks
park,
up everything, and
this
then
one
they
particular
end up
show
losing
does
the
rub me
ship.
the wrong way, even if the animals themselves are not physically harmed. Gatorland's attitude can be a bit old-fashioned at times, despite the plethora of educational content though. For example, you can often encounter what I've seen described as boomer humor. There are plenty of jokes about unhappy marriages resulting in spouses being fed to alligators. Another instance was in the Jumperoo, where one of the actors was telling the story of a legendary and vicious alligator, which was revealed to be a man's wife as the punchline. I'm not particularly a fan of these jokes that only seem to appeal to the sexist tendencies of older generations, and in addition to the axing of the gator wrestling, I think that Gatorland really needs to modernize some of its aspects. Generally, I've spoken pretty positively on what I experienced at the park though, so from here the question arises. Are these negative aspects enough to deter me from recommending the park? Despite some of the more questionable aspects of the park, I do think that Gatorland is overall a positive experience.
Sure.
The humor may be
Stick the
distasteful,
Bermuda Triangle
and one
on
show
'em.
in particular needs to be evolved beyond just physically pinning the alligators down, but the park does shine in a number of other ways. There are plenty of animal exhibits where the animals appear to be well taken care of, and the park does play a huge role in not just the conservation of alligators, but Florida birds as well. The park is often educational in nature, while also hosting classrooms for field trips and
We
other
just go
institutions,
and walk around,
such as law enforcement
that's
and
it.
firefighters,
We love
for
it.
how to act safely when encountering
We sit at the
Florida
top of that
wildlife.
right there. That fucking thing right there. We sit at the top of this and we just chill and we throw food off.
While I didn't choose to pay for the zipline or the off-road experience, I do think that these are different enough from what most of the other Orlando theme parks offer in attracting visitors, and are something that I'm interested in doing the next time I go back. Perhaps Gatorland is the most alluring of Florida theme parks, but I would argue that it's worth going a bit out of your way for. Something that we lost from Disney parks over the decades is the element of learning while also having fun, and Gatorland manages to maintain itself as both a place to be entertained with its theming and exhibits, while also focusing on the importance of education. Perhaps you don't
Fun.
necessarily think of Gatorland
It's
as
fun.
a theme park in the traditional sense,
We do, it's
but
fun.
it's an interesting diversion from the often hyper-corporate nature of Disney and Universal.
When you think of movie-making theme parks in Florida, it is impossible to not think of...
Not listening to that dude's voice. Yeah, they're amazing. We love going to Gatorland and hanging out with the alligators and crocodiles. It's fun. You watch two things about fucking theme parks, and now every fucking video is about theme parks, bro.
There are no other Everglades in the world. They have always been, one of the unique regions of the Earth, remote, never wholly known. Nothing anywhere else is like them. Those are the immortal words of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in her seminal book, The Everglades, River of Grass. Douglas was a celebrated writer, activist, and conservationist, and was one of the first people to bring attention to the natural wonders of the Everglades. The year her book was published, 1947, was the same year Everglades National Park was fully established, protecting the River of Grass in perpetuity for future generations to experience and to enjoy. But Douglas's fight for the Everglades didn't end in 1947. She would continue fighting for them for the rest of her life, including establishing the Friends of the Everglades group and successfully defending them from the construction of a jetport which threatened their ecological integrity. But her most important battle was also her toughest, and it's one we're still fighting today. It involves draining the Everglades and disrupting hydrological processes that have been thousands of years in the making. Now, you might be wondering how the Everglades could be drained if they're protected as a national park. After all, national parks are supposed to preserve natural places and protect them from harm, not destroy their most prominent features. But the Everglades ecosystem is so much bigger than just Everglades National Park. It impacts to areas far beyond the park's borders, have far-reaching consequences for what happens within it. This is the story of those impacts, and how ecosystem boundaries rarely fit in the predetermined political boundaries we set for them. This is the story of how the US government broke the Everglades. But before we get into that, we need to understand what the Everglades are and where they are. Everglades National Park covers a large portion of southern Florida. It's the largest subtropical wilderness in the U.S.
That's that band
and
you were
the
telling
third
me.
largest national park in the lower 48 states. But the Everglades ecosystem, of which Everglades National Park is only a small part,
that's interesting.
actually extends all the way up to central Florida, to the headwaters of the Kissimmee River and
Wait,
Lake
what?
Okeechobee.
So we
The
technically
defining
live in the
characteristic
Everglades?
of this ecosystem is what Mrs. Douglas referred to as the River of Grass, an extremely shallow and slow-moving body of water 60 miles wide and 100 miles long. And it is a river, just not in the way we typically think about them. For one, it doesn't have a defined river channel. A channel is what the river is confined to. It's essentially forming the area that the river is flowing across. It can be a few feet or it can be a few hundred feet, but it's not typically a
That
few
man's a
miles
national
like in the
treasure, huh?
Everglades. That's because
132
water flows
Germans?
downhill, and most of the time an area's elevation forces the water to flow in a fairly well-defined area, the channel. But South Florida is flat, like really flat, and so the water spreads out far and wide across the landscape rather than collecting in a specific channel. In fact, From their highest point near Lake Okeechobee to their lowest point at Florida Bay, a distance of over 100 miles, the Everglades only lose around 12 feet of elevation. That's a slope of only 2 inches per mile. And because it's so flat, that water barely flows. It could take months or even years for water from Lake Okeechobee to fully drain into Florida Bay. This process mainly occurs in what are called sloughs, which are small channels of free-flowing water sprinkled throughout much of the Everglades wetland vegetation.
Insane, bro.
But the slow flow of water and imperceptibly small gradient is actually one of the keys to the Everglades biodiversity. See, small changes in elevation here can actually have very large impacts on plant communities in the Everglades. And more diverse plant communities means more diverse animal communities as well, making the Everglades rich in overall biodiversity. Take, for example, pinelands. In the highest areas of the Everglades, which aren't inundated with water year-round, you can find communities dominated by pines. This ecosystem includes the South Florida slash pine and is actually maintained by fire. If you remove fire, pinelands might transition to what are called hardwood hammocks, where you can find species like oaks and copperwoods. In the wetter parts of the Everglades, cypress swamps or mangrove forests might dominate. But one of the Everglades' most important ecosystems is its sawgrass marshes. This community covers the largest amount of area in the Everglades and is dominated by sawgrass and those aforementioned sloughs. Sawgrass marshes are also the primary facilitators of the Everglades hydrology, because sawgrass likes shallow, slow-moving water, which the Everglades has a lot of. Areas where sawgrass doesn't establish end up as sloughs, and slowly but surely, water from Lake Okeechobee makes its way to Florida Bay. This sort of hydrological wonderland has a lot of benefits. In addition to providing rich habitats for plants and animals, the Everglades are a valuable source of fresh water for drinking and irrigation. They filter pollutants and improve water quality, and they help replenish underground aquifers. But they're also extremely fragile. And this is where our problems begin, because the hydrological system that provides all those benefits is the same hydrological system that Congress and other leaders saw as an impediment to the growth and development of South Florida. After all, you can't farm or build houses on land that's always flooded. And the Everglades are almost always flooded. And so, they set out to drain it. Now, people have been trying to farm in the Everglades since the 19th century, but have been met with little success due to the constant threat of flooding and little to no soil knowledge. Research stations would be established in the early 20th century in an attempt to understand the region's soil profile, but no amount of research could reconcile the region's constant inundation with its desire to farm. That is, until 1928, when a massive hurricane cost the lives of more than 2,000 people and exacerbated an already chronic flooding problem.
They're serious about
the storm prompted the U.S. government to fund a series of levees along the shore of Lake Okeechobee. The levees, in many ways, did what they were supposed to. They reduced the threat of chronic flooding in the northern Everglades and allowed more development to move in. But in other ways, this marked the beginning of the end for the greater Everglades ecosystem. Because while flooding was reduced, these levees also severed the hydrological link the Everglades relied on to sustain itself. Whenever Lake Okeechobee overflowed its boundaries, this excess water is what would slowly make its way to Florida Bay. Essentially, that overflow nourishes the River of Grass throughout the Everglades. With that connection severed, the River of Grass began to come under threat. And that was just the beginning. In 1948, Congress passed the Flood Control Act, which authorized the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control Project. The main goal of this project was, well, flood control. In order for this area to grow, it needed to not be flooded all the time. But it also needed a steady supply of fresh water to sustain agriculture, tourism, and economic development. And so, the government created a series of agricultural and water management districts, both maintained by a system of over 1,400 miles of canals, levees,
I live
and
in
pumping
this area,
stations.
so this is
Over the course of this project, over half of the Everglades were drained. The effect of this was to transform the hydrology of the Everglades from a natural process finely tuned over thousands of years to one controlled by humans. In drier times, water could be released where it was needed, and in wetter times, water could be held back to prevent flooding. Water no longer went where humans didn't want it to go, which enabled southern Florida to grow into what it is today. By 1960, the amount of developed area in southern Florida had quadrupled. Miami was growing 4 times as fast as the rest of the nation. The Central and Southern Florida Flood Control Project had harnessed the power of the Everglades, transforming wetland to farmland, a wild area to a man-made one. In addition to flood control, This now meant the area was finally well
Recommend
suited
watching
to
the Bismarck
agriculture.
music video. It looks
The now
good.
drained peat soil left behind proved to be rich in
Made to help
nutrients,
promote
and
a
crops
game.
like sugarcane, lettuce, celery,
Build
and
more
rice
ships.
thrived.
Check it out.
But like other parts of this project, this too had unintended consequences. See, peat soil is used to being inundated with water. Prior to flood control, this wasn't an issue. But after drainage took place, peat soils began to dry out. In the short term, this was beneficial
We really
because the soil was
fucked
very
up
nutrient
Florida,
rich.
huh?
But when peat soils remain dry for too long, they begin to contract, and that nutrient-rich layer of soil begins to shrink. If current agricultural practices continue, experts estimate that agriculture in the Everglades may only have decades left. And it wasn't just water quantity causing problems either. Increased agricultural runoff and urban development degraded water quality in the Everglades as well. Fertilizers and agricultural chemicals, as well as pollutants from roads, houses, and other buildings, all entered the fragile hydrological system, disrupting plant communities and poisoning wildlife. But there's also one project we haven't talked about yet, one that has an even more direct impact on Everglades National Park. In 1928, construction was completed on U.S. Highway 41, also known as Tamiami Trail, so named because it connected Tampa with Miami. Now, Tamiami Trail was completed before many of the flood control projects we've already talked about, but its impacts have been long-lasting and continue to be seen today. Here's why the Tamiami Trail impacts are different. The flood control projects, while devastating to the Everglades, still allowed water to flow, just in a much reduced amount. Tamiami Trail, on the other hand, completely severs water flow. To construct the road, engineers essentially carved out the underlying bedrock and placed it on top of the existing soil, elevating the roadway above the existing wetlands. This effectively created a 25-mile berm restricting flow across the roadway. What made this worse was also where they constructed the road. Tamiami Trail cuts right through the heart of one of the main freshwater conduits in the Everglades, Shark River Slough. If you remember from earlier, sloughs are one of the main ways water flows in the Everglades. These freshwater channels cut through the sawgrass marshes and deliver fresh water out into Florida Bay. And no slough is more important in the Everglades than the Shark River Slough. It is the main conduit for fresh water flowing into Everglades National Park. By constructing a road through the slough, engineers cut off water flow directly rather than simply reduce it. And that's one thing all of these projects have in common. They all attempt to control the Everglades. The U.S. government, the state of Florida, and local leaders all saw this watery wilderness as something to be controlled, something to be exploited.
I heard Unbound's really
good,
good,
The river
though.
of grass became a series of canals. The natural flow of water became a series of targeted discharges. Whether they drained it, impounded it, or sent it somewhere else, each decision had the effect of disrupting a delicate natural process.
It looks weird outside.
A natural process that had developed over thousands of years and gave life to an incredible abundance of plants and animals. When that process was disrupted, the Everglades changed forever. But this isn't to say that nothing has been done to try and solve these problems. Thanks to conservationists like Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, we're aware of these issues, and good people are fighting to fix them. Bridges have replaced portions of the Tamiami Trail in an effort to restore natural flows. In 2000, Congress authorized the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, which recognizes the historical role of unobstructed flow in the Everglades and aims to help restore it. It's unlikely that the Everglades will return to what they once were, but with the right approach, they can come close, and an area once exploited entirely for its value to humans can begin to heal and be seen as an area valuable to all. And before you go, I want to know what you think of the issues the Everglades are facing. Do you think they can be properly restored? Can these issues be overcome? Let me know what you think in the comments down below.
We got friends tonight playing Titanfall, so we're gonna be with people playing Titanfall tonight. So It's gonna be fucking wild. Fucking excited, yo. Death Island. It was good, but I'm not playing it because they changed the way to unlock cars. Oh, you just want to... I would just want to unlock them by playing the game. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to do challenges. I just want to like play the game, and as I like go through the game, give me cars. Don't make me do extra shit on the side of the main story or the main missions or the races to get cars. Just let me unlock them by playing it. I don't want to do challenges for cars. That sounds stupid, so I understand. I would want to play Burnout. I think Burnout would be really cool. It's been a while since I played one of those.
This is just the beginning stages of this project, but I'm making a down-tempo cover of a very recognizable song. This is not how it will sound at the end.
Ooh.
Join us on an epic journey through this gigantic abandoned theme park.
Gigantic.
Where roller coasters, crazy
said
rides,
gigantic.
and a fake Disney castle awaits. From intergalactic to prehistoric themes, this forgotten theme park has it all. And we're delighted to be the first foreigners to capture this fantastic abandoned wonderland. But not without trouble. What is it?
Gigantic.
Hi, I'm Bob, an urban explorer. And with friends, I explore the most amazing abandoned places worldwide. I'm on a journey in China and meet up with Robin and Charles. My friend Edwin also flew from afar to join me partly on this unforgettable trip.
I regret buying everything ever.
On our agenda
My
today
entire
is a
life.
gigantic theme park, which I needed
He
to
says
see myself
gigantic.
after Robin showed me
Welcome
some
to
pictures.
this gigantic
Navigating
theme park.
solely
I have a
through public
gigantic
transport, our
big
flexibility is limited, but our spirits remain high.
Yeah, we end up eventually right at the theme park.
Finally, in the afternoon, we find ourselves near the closed gates of the theme park, where joyful laughter and screams got replaced by silence. Today, time is limited, so we scale the fence at the earliest opportunity.
So you arrived inside a theme park?
Yeah,
it's
120
brutal today,
bucks
man.
is a
The
lot
weather,
of money, dude.
Really hot, really humid.
Just to put it in perspective, bro,
31 or
like
32 degrees, like freaking 80%.
Alan Wake comes out next month. That we're already in the game. Yeah, Alan Wake comes out next month, and it's $50. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason to be paying 120 for Need for Speed, so I can understand your pain there, dude. I'd be pissed. I'd be mad, bro. I would just be playing it for as long as I can to get the most playtime out of it, just so I know I got my money's worth.
And humidity, yeah. Looks we end up in a fairy tale. Wat is rood kapje in het Engels? Red Riding Hood. We're gonna try to find our way to the best part.
2 out of the 5 cars are the same.
Wat is het? Niet te snel open, niet te snel open, niet te snel open. Shit, ja. There's a guy. I don't think he's seen us. There's a guy.
Yeah, that's not worth extra $60.
Great start.
gigantic.
Clean, right? This road. I think we're gonna go there, maybe. A giant seashell.
What? That's so cool.
They do drive around here. Yeah, definitely.
That's
look. Hey, that's that Chinese stealth fighter. That's what that is.
Oh, this is in China? Definitely a Disney clone.
Big road. See, I can't open. You walk that way. Hey, fuck, man, they walk around here. Seems like a lot, huh? 2 people in 5 minutes.
Yeah, fuck that. You make me pay $120, I better be able to drive from the moment I put the game in. There's a fucking stealth fighter.
Lots of people around, so we really have to take care. Military jets flying overhead, so we can't drone. And flying low. Very low, yeah. You can fucking see the cockpit. They won't be happy. No.
I'd be pissed too.
Really bad idea to drone right now.
Under the cover of the jet fighter sounds, we make our way through the park.
I saw a guy walk. It's busy here, man. They're cutting the branches here too.
That's crazy, bro. Why would they be cutting down the branches? Are they just trying to make it so it doesn't get overrun? Because look at all this.
Iemand op de fiets. Ik zie hem op de fiets. Where? You saw somebody on a bicycle? Yeah. Really? For sure. Where? Right there.
After seeing so much security, we really have to take care. Do you take care about your online security? Today's sponsor is NordVPN. NordVPN hides your IP address and encrypts your online activity. We enter the space section.
Yo, I have to use the bathroom. I'm pausing this because I don't want to miss. I'll be right back. Why is my stream blocked on YouTube? Okay, so we can't be watching this then. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so my stream got blocked on YouTube. I'm not allowed to watch that. So I'll be right back until I gotta wait for this to come back. So I'll be back soon.
your stupid, shitty fucking band.
Bro, I don't understand why I'm not allowed to watch that. That wasn't like... That's fucking weird. It's not even gonna fucking tell me either. If it loaded the prices of the cars, then it would be a little worth it. I don't know, dude. 120 for a game is too much for me to justify, because that's 2 games to me. 2 different games for $60 for 120 instead of 1 game, you know? That really bothers me that it just got suspended on YouTube for that. That shit's dumb. Nice. I'm like really pissed off that I got fucking sussed on fucking YouTube for watching a video about an abandoned theme park. That's so crazy. Can't wait to see the reason for that, bro. I wonder how long it's been. I wonder how long it was fucking sus for. Corvette was the best car. Yeah, they would be fucking fuming. Probably turning off their systems and going to bed. Uninstall, go to bed. Kickstarter. What was that dude's video that we were watching? Because I'm going to make sure I don't watch that again. Exploring the unbeaten path. Ooh, it's about to storm. Losing to a V8 powered Focus. Yeah, man, I'd be fucking giving up on all car games at that point. Like, man, my skills are dog shit. Now I'm afraid to watch fucking anything on here, dude. Like, am I gonna get suspended for watching educational shit? Yeah, it's a villain arc right there, bro. Just sit in your neighborhood and just fucking hammer it around down every road and piss people off after. Yeah, but it's like, why am I getting copyrighted by things that only have like 100,000 views? Like, that's crazy. Like, I've watched shit. Like, I watch Patrick CC. I watch all these people that got like millions of views, and I don't get copyrighted. But I get copyrighted watching a dude that's like exploring an abandoned fucking theme park. That's crazy. Like, is that dude that fucking like he wants the money that bad that even a small YouTuber like me would like? I got like what 5 people on YouTube watching me right now, and how many people on Twitch? I don't even know. I don't really pay attention. I got 4 on Twitch and 3 on YouTube right now, and so us 7 can't just watch. I know it's just us talking, but there's other people lurking. We can't just fucking hang out and watch some cool shit. It's not like we're fucking watching TV shows. It's not like there's thousands of people that are losing out on my one streaming revenue stream, you know? Oh, wow. So it kind of sucks because I was very interested. Was very interested in that stuff. Wanted to see more of that fucking park. Twitch doesn't copyright new streamers. Well, I'm not a new streamer. I've been on Twitch for 5 years. But the thing is I don't publish my VODs on Twitch, so I can do anything basically. I can't do anything, but like I won't get suspended. I won't get a copyright because my shit's not published. So once that my stream turns off, you can't see that shit again. Oh, yeah. Definitely a super small streamer. I don't consider myself anybody. Thunder outside, man. At least it sounds like it.
Something is brewing with Titanfall, and it could be something as simple as a game mode, or we could be seeing the very first semblance of a runway for Titanfall 3. Well, more than we've ever really seen before. It's been an ongoing conversation ever since Titanfall 3 was summarily put to the side, albeit maybe even scrapped, so that they could build Apex Legends. And consistently there's been clues, even actual Easter eggs from Titanfall inside of Apex Legends, and now we have some things happening with within the game of Titanfall 2, pointing to something coming in the future. We have a lot to look at. Somebody on Reddit, I think, gave us a very, very nice breakdown. It's a nice list of all the things that have recently taken place inside of Titanfall 2. Many people thought the game was all but abandoned, as hackers and other people have just been taking them down and messing with the game. Titanfall 2 has received a mysterious new game mode entitled question mark, to the movie 3 years. Look like Field and Call of Duty, which I think these fixes is the all-new presence of the plushy mascot Nessie from Apex Legends, which has been strewn around Titanfall 2. This seems to look like a strange thing to do, but it could have timestamps right here. This mentions a great story. Like, they could build an amazing story, base it off of everything that went right in the first game, bring back some of the things and threads and elements that, you know, you could say are unresolved, because at the very end they basically let you
At the start of the season, Respawn said they're removing dive trails as a rank reward, which is weird because things like the Pred dive trail show how good you are. But now it's making a little more sense, because on October the 17th, the Revenant Prestige skin is releasing, and of course it's going to have the skin, the finisher, and a dive trail. And I'm not gonna lie, the dive trail looks extremely similar to the Pred dive trail.
Told you.
And this
I told you they were getting rid of Pred trails and Diamond and Master trails, because they're gonna take the trails and they're gonna put like skulls in it. It literally said skulls or stars or some shit like weeks ago, and here we are today, and they did that. Fuck y'all. Y'all gotta start listening to me.
It's like one of the reasons they removed dive trails from the rank reward, so they can monetize.
Yeah, we need
them,
an
but
update on Jack Cooper
it's
for sure.
definitely the reason. And I'm sure as these cosmetic dive trails evolve, they will make it into the store so people without mythic skins can get them. At least I feel that way. Also, I'm not sure what happened to the dive trails Respawn were developing for previous prestige skins. Are they still coming out? And to those grinding rank this season and thinking, well, what is my reward gonna be? Well, you're gonna get a ranked banner frame. We don't know what these look like yet, but
Ranked
you
banner
will find
frame.
out very
Ooh. Yeah. No, it's gonna be the original BT. They'll bring the original BT back for sure. He'll just be in a different chassis. What does the Titan look like? I don't know.
Hey everybody, if you like this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and check me out on twitch.tv, where I stream 5 days a week. The link will be in the description. Thank you. I wanna make you smile whenever you're sad. Carry you around when your arthritis is bad. Oh, all I wanna do is grow old with you. I'll get you medicine when your tummy aches. Build you a fire if the furnace breaks. Oh, it could be so nice growing old with you. Hey everybody, if you like this video, make sure. Hey,
That was good. Zero kills it. Crazy, man. People are so fucking stupid. Which Titans died late on and can't come back, and you're stuck with what Titan until Titanfall comes. Dude, I love Ronin. I think Ronin is the best Titan. I just don't use him. I just think he's the best Titan though, like lore wise and aesthetics wise. Yeah. Oh, you get to choose between new Titan and BT or TB? BT isn't the name. I don't know why I'm saying TB. I don't know. I think I would have to go with BT just because, like, you get him if you're emotionally attached to him if you play the second game. You know what I'm thinking? I wouldn't be able to move on to a different one. I would want to play. I would want to be with him. But I don't think Titanfall 3 will happen. Like, I think it'll be like Jack Cooper's like kid or some shit. You know what I mean? Instead of Jack Cooper, I think it'll happen when he's old. And so it'll be his kid who's like a teenager, early 20s type deal. Yeah, that'd be cool. What? What did happen to THX? There's something here. Now I'm confused. Nemesis. What's THX? Go back up. Go back up. Oh, where is it? Ugh.
You know, pulling back the curtain like Mizkif did when he showed everybody how much money he made on Twitch this week.
I remember I saw that and I saw he was getting a lot of hate and I was like, oh, I can't let him have all the fun. And then so I comment and I reply, I'm like, oh, that's it? You know, just to talk shit, right? Just to start more drama. Because it's like, I feel like whenever people realize that like streamers make a lot of money, it really is upsetting. They really don't like to hear that at all.
I mean, we are grossly overpaid.
I don't think so.
I would say
I don't think we're paid enough.
most streamers, well,
let me tell you why.
That's not true, actually, because isn't it something like only like 0.01% of people that stream on Twitch make even minimum wage?
I mean, look, if I can
Something
get
like
every
that?
person in the world to give me $1, that's like $7 billion.
Yep. Let me,
right?
Okay, what does it have to do with anything?
Okay.
Well, because if you get a lot, well, no, okay, all right, think about it like this. So if you can get every person in the world to give you $1, that means that if you can get a lot of people, then maybe you could get like, I don't know, maybe $1 million instead of like 7 billion, right?
Okay, yeah.
So it's just you convincing more people to give you $1.
Yeah, oh yeah, leaked earnings reports show that less than 0.01% of streamers make even the equivalent of minimum wage. So it's probably only like the top 4 to 5.
Wow. And y'all want to quit your jobs? Oh my God. That's crazy, dude. Nuts. What was that statistic?
Only like the top 400 to 500 streamers are making like good. The top make even the reports show that less than 0.01% of streamers make even the.
Wow. Say that Jack Cooper was an IMC pilot, but during one of those battles, Jack was doing some kind of maintenance on a nanobot, and his body was captured by the militia, and his memories were erased to prevent classified information getting out by his skills weren't gone. If you think about it, it makes sense why Jack killed some of the best pilots in Titanfall. Well, you got to remember that. Oh yeah, well he wasn't a pilot, so yeah, so he didn't have that. Because when you're a pilot and you regenerate, you lose a piece of your memory every time. So, like, if you regenerate enough, you ultimately forget who you are.
The equivalent of minimum wage. So it's probably only like the top 400 to 500 streamers are making like good
Yeah,
money.
I'd say so.
What number are you?
What do you mean, what number?
What number streamer are you? You're in top 100, surely.
I don't fucking know.
You're like
Probably.
what? You were at a point. I remember you were like number 2 at a point. No, number 1.
I've been in very different places.
What do you have right now? What do you think?
I have no idea.
Hey, 278, baby.
278.
What is this based on?
On
278.
Twitch Tracker?
Oh,
Yeah,
Twitch Tracker.
Yeah,
Oh.
it fluctuates between 278 and like 330. Usually I'm somewhere in between there. When it sometimes it's a purple crown, sometimes it's a gold crown.
Well, if you're making good money, it's probably like top 1,000 streamers then.
Yeah, I don't know what it tracks on at all, but I love arbitrary things that I can get proud of. 'cause
It's
I
probably
do
a
fuck all my
combination
life.
of uptime and viewership.
Can I tell you something on why
Rank
streamers?
18.
You're 18?
On my second channel.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, go live on Asmongold one time. Number 1, baby.
Nope. Fuck that. That's going to require me to wake up early.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
Easy. What's that mean?
154.
Damn.
Oh, damn, bro.
Yeah.
That's
Why are you
okay.
saying it like that?
Yeah, hey, that's okay. You know what's
Hey,
crazy?
Mr. 2, what are you?
Hey, listen, you know
know.
what I do? You know what I do for 278? I do fucking nothing.
Yeah.
371! Holy shit! Don't
Oh, I
somebody's
like-
falling off.
I like
Okay,
how
hold on.
Jay had
Oh,
to
fuck.
fact check him,
Yeah.
and he's 371.
Yeah, but 371 though, you can check earlier in the week. I was up in the 200s. I don't mean to brag too much. I do that doing absolutely fucking nothing. I love it, bro. I love my job. Now, let me tell you why streamers aren't overpaid. It's very simple.
Here we go.
Okay, babysitters. All right. All right. Okay. How much do you think a babysitter gets paid for taking care of one kid for an hour? $7-8?
Probably like for an hour.
It's expensive,
I mean,
like
like I'd
20
say
bucks
just to
an
get
hour,
somebody
right?
to come out, it's like there's probably a cost less for like, it probably costs less the more hours you ask somebody to do it. So I'd say for like 1 hour, I'd say it's like $80, 150
$80
bucks.
an hour? Really?
$80 to take care of one kid.
Yeah.
Wait,
Every
I got
time I go live,
scammed. When I was a kid, I was like 16, 17, so I was like a kid, but I got paid $20 an hour to babysit.
Well, that's fucking insane. Still.
No, I did.
Yeah.
Okay, but so the kids were like 8, 9 years old, and the parents would be like,
I
"Whatever
hope
you
they
do,
come out with
just
some
don't let them
new,
watch iCarly."
new
And I
lore
was like,
for Titanfall.
Watch iCarly.
But they were screaming and begging for 2 hours straight to watch iCarly. I was trying to entertain them. I was like making them food and shit, and I was like, you know what? Fine. One episode of iCarly, just don't tell your parents.
There you go.
As soon as the mom comes in, she's like, "Mom, we watched iCarly. It was awesome."
No way.
And the mom was like, "Okay, thank you. Paid me. It never called me again."
That's crazy. So you got paid 20, 30 bucks for watching two kids for an hour.
I mean, it was like 60 or 80 bucks. It was like 20 per hour, but yeah.
Yeah, but now I go live.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I take care of 5,000 babies every time I go live.
Yeah.
Okay, if I were to get $20 for each baby that I watch, that's like $100,000 an hour. So, and to be honest, I'm probably only making like $1 to $2K an hour. So to be honest, I'm getting 1/50th of what I deserve.
So you're getting scammed.
Exactly. Because I mean this genuinely. You gotta understand, all these people that we're taking care of, we're keeping off the streets.
Hell yeah,
the
bro.
government doesn't have to deal with them. Okay, we're keeping these people in their fucking jail cells that's in their room, making sure they don't cause any issues in the real world. Because let's be real, Twitch viewers, they're freaks. We all know it. Because dude, I've never actually met someone who just watches Twitch. Have you have you met someone who just watches Twitch that you don't know? Like a regular guy who says, "Oh yeah, I watch Twitch."
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, it depends on what you mean by watch Twitch.
I mean, people say they watch Twitch and they like last time they saw it was 8 months ago, right?
Yeah. Or it's like they'll just pull it up muted while they're studying or something.
Yeah.
I hang out with people all the time, random people, and I ask them the same question, like, "Oh, do you watch any Twitch?" And they're like, "No, I usually just watch reality TV show on Netflix," or like they like go hiking. But just a regular person who watches Twitch, I don't think people do that. I'm pretty sure the platform's dying 100%.
I think the English speaking side of Twitch is dying.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even realize that. I'm number 18 now, bro. Like, where the fuck is everybody else? Like, I used to be number like 30.
Yeah. They're gone.
They're gone. They went to Kick or they fucking retired or something like that. So I think that's what happens is that, you know, English Twitch, I think, has been on a downswing for like the last year.
I don't really think it's a lot of the streamers like quitting or moving. Like some of the like Minecrafters, they still stream just to a way smaller audience.
You know what I think? I think it's because everybody's too much of a pussy to do anything crazy because they're afraid of getting mad, people getting mad at them on Twitter. And that's why people in the W community do so well. It's because they say fuck it, and they are going to do a stream where they're in jail. They are going to do a stream where they fucking throw like watermelons into a crowd of people off of a 2-story building. Yeah, because it's fucking funny and people like seeing it. And it's like, wow, these guys act like clowns? Yeah, and circuses are popular. So what is there to say? I think that's the reason. It's because people are fucking boring. That's why.
I don't know, man. I think Asmongold's kind of boring too. But again, I'm boring. So, like, what can I say there? But then again, I'm boring. I don't know. I think Jack Cooper is like a I just think he was just fucking trained well, dude. Honestly, I just think he was trained well and he was just thrown into it and he ended up fucking living up to fucking the potential that he has. You know what I mean? I just think he was just a fucking IMC guy because most IMC dudes, if they make it further enough, they become pilots. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. YouTube's getting boring right now.
Come here, he try to run that nigga getting scared. 40 keep parking, shit fuck on my ear. Went to go spinning, was nobody there. Bro, he moving weird. Back up the Jeep with the people in his bed. Bitch, I'm on Koya sitting on a chair. There's no man on this earth that I think I'm a fit.
Definitely a music video.
Swear to God, come here, he try to run that nigga getting scared. 40 keep parking, shit fuck on my ear. Went to go spinning, was nobody there.
time for some Titanfall. Might be the Titanfall time now. Ray. JCPenney's went bankrupt? Yeah, like I said, like he was just a prodigy and he fucking had the skills necessary, and it just took him being put in stressful situations for it to come out and live up to his potential, you know? Oh. The boy's hungry. Dude, that always happens. Close. Exit. Close. Who knows, man? Hopefully we get something soon. I know we're supposed to get some Titanfall stuff soon in Apex, so they might fucking talk about it. You never know. You never fucking know there, guy. Video. Full screen apply. Keep resolution. Pop this open. My favorite Timefall mission is the time travel mission. That mission's amazing. Also, the last mission where you're running and everything's blowing up and you're running across all the broken shit. That shit's fucking fun too. I like that a lot as well. The yo, I like feet. So it invites my boys, see if he wants to play. The time travel mission is amazing. It's so like executed well. I think all the bosses are cool too. I really like how all the bosses are. They really dumbed down Ash. I think Ash was like more fucking menacing and fucking diabolical in Titanfall 2 compared to her version in Apex. I think they had to dumb her down a little bit. I like to eat poop. 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 Water? A comfy moo eats poop. Hey, yo, your mom called Suffice. She said you eat poop. I have the chat turned off, but you can tell when someone's talking, so I just fuck with them, and I can't hear anything they're saying. I don't make the rules, dude. You eat poop. Music. Music makes me lose control. Alright, dude, I'm starving, bro. I got nothing to eat though right now. What am I gonna eat? Oop. I go pee. I don't know why I'm pissing so much. That probably slaps though. Oh man. Pork chops, actually. Dude, I hate pork chops. I hate steak. I don't eat any of that shit. I don't eat any of that shit. All right, Nemesis. You can hear me. Smoking a bowl. Woo! I just get kicked the moment I go to fucking play. Oh, that's why I put me in Frontier. I'm a turkey person myself. I love turkey.
You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down.
I think we just got kicked. Oh yeah. Turkey. Turkey, yo. I love turkey. Turkey sandwiches go so hard. Fucking disgrace. I see it in your eyes. Let's go, baby. I love turkey. I don't want like Thanksgiving turkey. I want like sliced turkey for sandwiches, bro.
Okay, pilot. Let's get this job done.
God damn it. Where? From where though? Ah! Trying to fucking punch out all of them. Thought it'd be funny. I got rocked. I got fucking rocked, boys. Oh, no. I'm out. Oh my god, bro. Been killed by a dude with a G7 from across the fucking map, bro. While I'm trying to fucking have a good time 1v1 in this guy. What a fucking bum, bro. Again! Fucking cringe, bro. Can't imagine sitting in one fucking spot with a fucking gun like that. That was terrible. Jesus Christ. This fucking G7 shit is fucking gross, dude. You're a fucking gross player. Yeah. He's down a tiny bit. Yeah, we are not winning tonight. We're losing because of me. 100%. I am doing terrible. Inside, don't let me die. What the fuck? Dude, I'm terrible right now. Hurt. Hurt. I haven't even gotten a kill yet, yo. Like, that's how bad I am right now. This is embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna start going for fucking runs now. See? Dude, I'm getting shit on. I didn't push makes me want to play the game. I feel you, dude. Dude, I'm getting shit on right now. Oh, first kill is that. Take it.
Stand by for titanfall.
That was my first fucking kill. I just can't believe it. That's how bad I'm doing right now. Where'd he go? Oh my god. Oh yeah, sea bass. Dude, come on! I'm gonna go on YouTube, bye. Have a great stream. Y'all appreciate you, Seabass. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you for the follow. No, 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 no.
We can still catch up. Don't lose hope.
What the fuck? Why? What's going on? Why is this happening to me right now? Why am I doing so terrible? Did I lose all my skill overnight? I think I did. I really do. I think I did.
Keep fighting, pilot. Your Titan's almost ready. Your Titan is ready. Nice jump, pilot. Finish the job.
Fuck, man. How? How did he see me from all the way back there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Stand by for titanfall.
Oh, they're all in Titan? Sick.
Titanfall is being prepared. Titan is ready. Pulling away. Turn it around.
That's fucking dirty, dude. I don't know how. How does that dude know exactly where I am every time? I did terrible, bro. I hit 5 kills. Wow. So good.
no go sooner. Playing that 316 demo shit. You birds are going too broad. I got on a bullet for a quick call. Disillusions display, give me blood, start blood. On a belt, you a fucking slave. Nation filled with hate. That's what they dictate. Face up the machine. Strike those men so clean. And now get roast. Gasoline overdose. Big skin, no ash. Flip you with the fucking trash.
Bark all day, little doggy? Or are you gonna bite?
Now how you gonna do that? Now how you gonna do that? Now how you gonna do that? Now how you gonna do that?
Go. Hey, yo, y'all like feet? Y'all like feet? Go. Ooh, good map. That's a good map. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can get something fucking going this time, right? I fucking suck. Your boy's sucking.
The frontier is worth every part of this fight. Okay, pilots, let's get this job done.
Yeah, get murdered, dude. Fuck off, dude. I just got gangbanged, dude. I'm not a porn star. Leave me alone. I ain't trying to get duped done. I already got more kills this game than I did all last game. That's what's happening right now. Yo, fuck off.
Titan is ready. We're not ahead by much. Let's pick up the pace. Stand by for titanfall.
Titans. Attempting painting targets. Warning, reactor.
Dude, that's fun, man. Yo, what up, buddy? What up, Nam? Yo! When? Bro, every time. I'm just trying to fucking do some damage for my team. Y'all are fucking in my asshole. Stop being on my butt.
Well on your way to getting your Titan.
You got a link? Send me a link. September 18th? Do you mean October 18th? Because it is definitely September 26th right now there, buddy.
Taken out. They're barely ahead of us. We can do this.
Yeah, but it's September 26th, bro. You said September 18th. Do you mean September 28th? Okay. I have it. I still have the old one downloaded still. I haven't even deleted that one yet.
You are dominating. That's how you do a job. Stand by for titanfall.
Be scared. Oh, dude, I will be playing that. You gonna play that? I'll play. We'll play. They're probably gonna release it in October then. We'll play. I'm gonna play X Defiant that day, and then I'm gonna play Titanfall.
Target
What the fuck? Every time I turn around, I get shot from the other direction. I get it back up there, turn around, I get shot from the direction I was just fucking in. This dude's fucking annoying, bro. Bro, every time I turn around, got you tapped. I appreciate you, bro. Oh, hope you're having a good day at work. Every time I turn around, and he teabagged me. Bro, how is this kid killing me so fucking fast? Oh my god. Fuck off. Yeah, you gotta die. You have to have Ubisoft Connect to play it.
Keep fighting and you'll get your Titan. Titan is ready. Stand by for titanfall. So close. Good effort, everyone. Get to safety.
That's sick, dude. I had more kills in this game than Bricky? Was I just in a game with Bricky? Huh? Yeah, that's Bricky. That's crazy. Oh god. That fucking hurt.
Present for you.
That was very loud.
We're playing some.
Oh yeah, it's him.
Titan.
It was him. We just had Bricky on our team. That's so cool. Thank you. Thursday, play some X Defiant with you. Yeah, let's do it, bro. Make an X Defiant video. Almost 10K. Let's see. Sorry, man. 31 gigabyte downloaded. He figured since it's a popular game, people send me. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna do great, man. Just fucking be confident. That's it. That's all it's about, dude. Be you, be confident. Bro, like, you see what I'm doing right now? I'm doing fucking nothing on stream, dude. I've done nothing all day. And y'all hang out with me and talk. That's gonna happen. If you do your thing, then people are gonna come. Even if it's not a lot of people, people will show up. And it'll slowly grow from there. That's all it's about, bro. Be genuine, be happy, enjoy what you're doing, and people will hang out. Like, dude, I enjoy doing what I'm doing right now because I'm gonna be doing this whether I'm streaming or not. I wish we could watch a movie though. You know what I'm saying? That'd be sick. I'd have to stream just on Twitch. I wouldn't be able to stream on YouTube as well. Dude, I have to piss again. Divine punishment, bro. That is a great movie. I love that movie.
I've seen horrors that you've seen. But you have no right to call me a murderer. You have a right to kill me. I have a right to do that. But you have no right to judge me. It's impossible for words to describe.
I am dispatching thousands of heavily armed soldiers.
What is necessary.
We dominate the streets.
To those who do not know what horror means.
And how fed up we are without that old compromising sweet talk. Stop sweet talking. Tell him how you feel.
Horror has a face. And you must make a friend of horror.
Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching.
Horror
And let him know that if he's not ready.
and moral terror are your friends. If they are not,
To clean his house up.
then they are enemies to be
He
feared.
shouldn't have a house. It should catch on fire and burn down.
They are truly enemies.
Spitting their fucking teeth. I think Edward Norton gets enough credit as an actor. It's just he's a dickhead. Like, he's mean, apparently. Oh, we haven't had this map in a while.
Let's get this job done.
We haven't played this map in fucking days. Dude's literally fucking one, bro.
Reinforcements on your six.
That pilot stepped into the wrong ring. Stand by for titanfall. Keep pushing, pilot. We're barely ahead. That pilot doesn't stand a chance.
Targeting light industry. Engaging Titan, aiming to destroy.
Where'd he go? The fuck?
Titanfall is being prepared. They're barely ahead of us. We can do this. That's how we solve problems.
Enemy pilot, 40 minutes armed.
Oh, the dude with the mastiff is so annoying. didn't even know that guy was there. Of course!
Two out, now the rest. You're a triple threat, pilot. Your Titan is ready. Stand by for titanfall.
Middle of reloading. Oh, he had a smart pistol. Okay. Understandable.
Can't win them all. We'll get them next time. Beautiful. I love it when they light up the place.
There's no way. I had 14. Not bad. I could have been worse. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna call it quits for today's day stream. I appreciate y'all. I'm kind of tired, to be honest. Been staring at the screen all day. I kind of want to just like relax for a little while without staring at anything. But yeah, GG's. I had fun. Enjoyed myself today. Yeah, dude, we'll be back tonight. We're playing with my boy Lava. We'll be playing Titanfall with my boy Lava and a couple of his friends. So we'll have almost a full group. It's gonna be fun. We've been planning it for a couple of days. That's another reason why I want to hop off, is I want to like just relax. Also, dinner time. Avocado's coming home soon. And yeah, dude, we'll be back. We'll be back at 7 p.m. Eastern. So in 4 hours. See you in 4 hours.